Yeah. Ah, shit, it crashed. Ah. Ah, why did it? Yeah. Okay, hello. I'm late. Very late. Well, technically I'm only 2 minutes late from previous time, but I am also an hour late from the original time. Okay, let's see if this goes quicker. I hope this is not going to be another one of those moments where it crashes 3 times before I can finally get into the game. There it goes. Okay. I guess it will be one of those moments. Hello, Les. Hello, Ringo. Okay. Oh. Didn't realize it was a subscriber goal. I love how the subscriber goal is so out of tune because I haven't updated it ever because I don't need to anymore. Why is that still there? I'm surprised it's still there. Anyway. Okay, please work now. Game. Please.
Arknights.
Yes. Yes.
Call me whenever you need me.
There we go. Oh, I'm sad I missed a couple of days and ooh, stuff. Okay, closes that. Yep, close that. Oop. Okay, what else do I need to do? Oh yeah, I need to get the chat out so I can actually read what's being said. 2 minutes late, yeah, I am. So, who will we murder today? Whoever it is that's messing around with everyone. And I was worried I wouldn't make the stream. I like the story a lot, but it only lasts long on Tuesdays, yeah. Hello, tell Karma something he is afraid of. I'll start calendar. Look, okay. By the way, who did you choose for the 5-star selector? I didn't know they changed. Wait a second. One second, I just need to change something real quick.
Oh, never mind.
Thank you, Courier. Okay. Chat, yes, chat. Well, to be fair, I haven't actually checked today. I played yesterday, but anyway, I didn't see. But I don't know if there's any changes. I actually haven't paid much attention to updates, oddly enough. Oh! I really haven't been paying attention to updates. I did not notice that the Ideal City was now around. Oh, okay. Well, looks like I'll be doing that after, after finishing today's story. It's changed. Oh, right. Okay, yep. It's a rerun for the event, yeah. I completely forgot that was happening. Ain't that the event you started AK on? Yep, it was. I got Gavial through a single pull. Like, you know, one of the free ones. And everyone just about lost their minds on in the comments. So I think I showed it on the community tab. Nice. I'm surprised that it took that long for... Anyway. Alright, that's that. I'll check everything else here later afterwards. Okay, so archives, that's right. Not in the game side of things. Public affairs, wasn't it? No, I did this before, didn't I? Special operation. There we go. So it's these ones. Arknights. Right. Okay, there we go. Sorry for the delay, everyone. Work is work. Anyway. So, right. Didn't we realize that these were songs, if I remember correctly, or I assumed they were? Because I definitely recognize Ring a Ding Ding, and that is, I think it's a swing song. I can't quite remember though. But anyway, so we've got Lone Ranger, Something's Gotta Give, and Ring a Ding Ding. I watched the VOD and you mentioned AK makes you say things that you don't even know, which got me laughing. It is so. Arknights just has this way of making me really angry, like really aggressively angry, like... You read Skyfire already? Yeah, I did 3. I did 3 stories and then 3 left 3 stories till after. The New Vegas quest titles for sure, though they might be referencing songs as well. Okay, interesting. Yeah, I definitely know Ring a Ding Ding. That's I think it's a Frank Sinatra song. I can't quite remember now. Some of these sound familiar. I mean, Lone Ranger sounds more like a film, but that could also just be coincidence. Anyway, so Lone Ranger is the next one. Right. Hope audio is okay. Audio should be okay. Yeah, it looks like it's fine. Something's Gotta Give is a 2003 film. Okay, interesting. Admittedly, whenever I see Something's Gotta Give, I think of not a song title, but a song lyric. I always think of what's it called? Bodies. You know, the Let the Bodies Hit the Floor. That song. November 19th, 1097, 7:44 a.m. And you don't remember when someone first opened it up? Has to have been 2 months ago, at least. But we always sealed this part off with planks. A few naughty kids pulled them off to climb in a while back. So it might just be the same story this time. Have you seen anyone go in or out? No, it's dark at night down here. Why would anyone? Alright, got it. This still isn't making sense. And it's so suspicious. I've already found 6 abandoned structures up till now where the entryways started being used again. Plenty of witnesses are testifying about dragging sounds from the underground channels at the evening too. The atmosphere around the infected community just doesn't sit right. It feels like someone's fiddling about. Not one person's got a reason to be using these entrances again. That's face. Forget it. Enough of that for now. Both the littlest things and the big stuff the town's survival hinges on just as important. Yep. Let's see what else there is. Oh yeah, the burglary case at Count Bishmer's. I nearly read that as Bismarck for some reason. Where do I start investigating that? Who would it be? Slipping past a noble house's strict defences and stealing something isn't your standard thief's fare. I mean, we know plenty of thieves that do that. Have you seen Hollywood? According to the Count's servants, the burglar pops in and out of all over the infected neighbourhood, so They're either extra familiar with the terrain here, or have special Reginium arts. Wrong waifu game from HG. True. Hello, Still. You mean Rankwood? Yes, Rankwood. Yes, the case of Rankwood mansions getting robbed. Of course, that's assuming the servants aren't lying to avoid responsibility. I don't think they would, though. I've heard a lot of similar reports the last 2 weeks. All signs say there really is some thief on the run in Caladon City. A very strange thief. Special Originium arts. Whatever. Let's drop by the infected community and see. Granny, finally found you. I still don't know if it's Granny or Granny. I sort of swap between the two. Admittedly, when I say Granny, it sounds like I'm literally saying Granny as in grandmother, so maybe I'll just stick to Granny, but... Miss Sunny, calm down, what's the matter? My little Pom's run away. I've been looking for 2 hours already. Help me find him. He usually listens so well. He's never run off before. What if something bad finds him? I think it's the second one, yeah, Granny sounds weird, yeah. Technically first one, but the second one is for the lols. No worries, missus. I'll help you look right away. Thank you, thank you. Did anything happen right before Pom ran away? Have you asked anyone nearby? Don't rush, missus. Take it slow. I'm assuming Pom is a pet. An hour later. Over here, Miss Sunny. I found Pom. Oh, let me take a look. Whew, that's a relief. He's still alright. I'm so sorry to trouble you, Granny. I know you're so busy with work, and here I am making... you... Ow. Why is my eyes going funny? Oh, Jesus. Everything just blurred all of a sudden. Making you search for a pet all of all things. Okay, there we go, that's right. But don't worry about it. If Pom really did vanish, you'd be torn to pieces. I wouldn't call that nothing. Well, I hate the sounds of that foreshadowing. I would not be happy with anything happening to pets. As I'm sure people can remember from Il Kazano. Oh, I meant to read that. But I heard Johnny next door saying you aren't getting along too well with the guards. And they even got your case a few days ago for something or other. It was nothing. But if you're going to raise a foul beast, Miss Sunny, I'd recommend keeping him in in a cage. Things would get hairy if he bit anyone. Hang on. Foul beast is would be a bird type creature, right? I guess that makes sense because cage, but... yeah. Bird type, yeah. Oh, you've got a point. Speaking of, missus, have you seen any strangers about the infected community lately? Strangers? Plenty of people here come from other cities. Strangers aren't the strangest thing. Birds can bite too. Oh yeah, I know. I'm not sure what I had in my head. I think because I was still expecting it to be like a cat or something. So I got caught on the foul beast part more than anything. I mean, I saw that might have uncanny origini marks. That sort of affected. Did I say affected? Huh. Well, you know how the power went out in the neighborhood last month? Oh, yep. The case of some bad actors wrecking community generator, right? But we've never found a culprit. I did hear the supply got restored in no time, though. Did someone fix all the generators up? Right. I heard they got this incredible engineering caster in, and in a few hours they already had the generators repaired. Question is, when did the community ever have an engineer so great? I feel like either that's red or I'm forgetting a character. So I don't think that's Hayes. Unless Hayes is also an engineer, but that would be funny. Right. Something's definitely odd about that. Although it would be funny if the engineer elite operator guy is here. I can't remember his name, unfortunately. I keep wanting to say Mechanist, but that's not. The Mechanist is another character. Oh, what's his name? The engineer guy. Is it Mechanist? Or am I thinking of a different? Oh! I know. So Mechanist is the right name, but every single time I think of Mechanist, I confuse it with Minimalist, or whatever his name is. So that's why whenever I think, oh, is it Mechanist? No, that's the wrong name, that's someone else. It's because I was confusing the wrong person. But yeah, it's a Mechanist. But yeah, like, at the moment, it's the only person I could think of with, like, insane engineering sort of arts type thing. Hayes has a PhD, spontaneous property shift, not engineering. November 20th, 1097, 6:44 p.m. I suppose it wouldn't be too out of the question if it was Mechanist, because, you know, they do have Rhode Island operators here. Here's my work report for today. If you could give it a look over, Governor. 2 robberies, an inquiry report on rumours in Caladon. You must be pulling my leg. What about the burglary at Count Bishmer's? How long do you think it's been? Get on it. Isn't that one only a day old? Is a day not enough? But I broke my back getting you as a temporary transfer. The mounted police were singing your praises as an investigator. And for what? A day's worth of time isn't enough for you? For one tiny case of property theft? It was the city council who borrowed me from the mounted police. Enough. You don't know respect. You talk back to your senior. Is this how the mounted police behave? I'm sorry, Governor. Investigated entranceways of abandoned structures. Turned out to be as suspicious as thought. Inquired with surrounding residents. What the hell is this? When you told you could leave this be? Caladon City gets strange business day in, day out, and wherever else a bloody day feels like. If every one of the guards was suspicious as you, we'd all be dead from stress. But Governor, if we let this all lie, then there's a real chance. Stop with the rubbish. Get out and investigate. That's literally what she's doing, moron. I love the elite operator theme Christmas. Yes, Governor. I feel like using the term governor isn't quite correct here, though, if it's just a captain. I mean, I suppose you did, actually. Yeah, I suppose you did say governor to police. But not if you were police. You wouldn't say it to other people. It's more so the other way around. So as a mounted police, she wouldn't be saying it, even to a senior. A regular civilian, you might say something like "Hello, Governor" to a police officer, especially a constable. Yeah. Timeline-wise, main AK should should just be preparing to invade Victoria, and Mechanist was for Dorothy's case in Colombia, or closer to. November 22nd, 10:97, 10:20 a.m. Little Susie, let me give your ears a good rubby rub. Okay, so I'm assuming. Okay, yeah, that's before everything burned, unfortunately. What's the matter, Officer Granny? Something at work, I imagine. Nothing much. Just some hiccups lately with my job. Go on, what exactly is happening? It's not that big, to be honest. You've all heard the recent rumours in the city, I'm guessing. Ah, you mean those urban legends in the paper? Same as ever, I assume. Sounds can be heard from the city underground. Criminals have infiltrated the infected community, and so on. Right. I was wanting to investigate those. I wrote up a dedicated report over the past few days. But the guards don't care about any of it. They want me to keep my nose out of things. Eh? Do the mountain police investigate urban legends too? What do you mean too? Come on, that's the wrong idea, Susie. And what do you mean too? Who else is? My work experience taught me that when these rumours crop up in a city, usually they come from the criminal activity that hides behind it. Like the sounds from the underground one. This actually isn't too out of the ordinary. Some of the big urban legends, I think in America, have turned out to be spread by gangs that do drug dealing. Basically as like a way of keeping people out of an area because, you know, they don't want to go there. Which, ironically, makes it very Scooby-Doo-like now that I think about it. Like the sounds from underground one. Did you know there's massive runs of logistic channels lying abandoned under Caladon? Right, in the earliest years, back when the nomadic sectors were being planned, they drafted plenty of channels through the structural layers. But following the city's development, a lot of the old plates underground ways were too taxing to maintain, so they relinquished them. We have buildings older than the whole USA, but their place is already full of legends and co. Yeah. As an American, I think you are illusioned. I mean, it might not be America, it might be South America, I don't know, but I remember there being a thing where some urban legends that have cropped up were basically actually came from criminal activities. So it might be referencing that. By the way, since you are more informed about the areas of the UK, so does Caladon fit any you can think of? If I'm being completely honest with you, I actually think of the East End at the moment. I'm not entirely sure if it's completely based on anything like that, but it feels very much... yeah, it does feel very much like the East End of London, by the way. When I say East End, assume that I mean London. Not as in east of the UK. Although, interestingly enough, Caladon is definitely a reference to, I think Caledonia, I think is what they called it, which is the Roman or Latin word for the northern part of the UK, which would be more in line with Yorkshire and I think like... well, Yorkshire at the furthest south, and then of course Scotland, the further up you go. So it's sort of more like that area. So I don't think Hadrian's Wall, but I think the wall before it. So from there upwards is Caledonia, I believe. And Yorkshire, the pudding place? Yes. Or well, York, I think is the actual name of the county. I was thinking something like Sheffield. It could be. I mean, bear in mind, I don't have an amazing amount of experience with the UK. Obviously, I lived there, but my experience there is very much confined to Essex and London, so I didn't go too far elsewhere. I did go relatively south as well. So you got Southend and then further south and stuff like that, Crowhurst, other places like that. But this place, if I had to go by what I think of like early East End, sort of, for the most part. Especially with the older sort of bar. I know this was technically more of like a shop, but that happened to have a bar, but it has that same sort of vibe, the darker rooms, the sort of things like that. And then outside, I suppose you could also think of maybe like places like Manchester and, yeah, I suppose Sheffield. I'd say specifically post-industrial, but pre-war eras. So we're talking the time of the big factories, smog and everything like that. So it's not quite the same as the times now, is pretty much it, is that sort of thing. Yep, for example, plenty of them run under the infected community. Do you get it now? If those rumours are true, then that means there are people doing something at evening in those empty logistic channels, out of sight. This is a bit scary, isn't it? It's too bad I still don't have any direct proof. I think you can worry yourself a little less about it. It's meant to be the guard's job after all. Well, yes, but they're not doing anything. I say, man, Arknights really like mixing errors and areas to make things more interesting. Yeah, I mean, I think that's a good thing as well, because if you're not going to make things real world, you might as well play around with it and pick and choose basically the aesthetic that you like. And that's kind of the thing with it, because I have noticed, and I said this quite a lot with Chapter 9 specifically, you do get a lot of interesting mixes. So, like, I noticed that the military, especially the uniform and the way they think, was very World War I era. Even, like, the designs and everything, it was that sort of... a bit stylized, obviously. People don't really have, like, trench coats and stuff like that. Obviously, trench coats existed. They're literally called trench coats, but not quite to that extent. But even still, like, it was very World War I-esque. But then the way the towns and that operated was more 1800s, or late 1800s. A lot of the... And then, of course, there was the obvious reference to IRA, and I mean the original IRA, not the Troubles, terrorist 70s IRA. I mean, like, the actual breaking away from Britain IRA, the actual ones. So there was a lot of that as well. The sort that you see in Peaky Blinders. So a real mix, close enough to each other as far as the decades are concerned, but like within a century. But that's still a century's worth of picking and choosing your favourite visual or political aesthetics. And I do like that Arknights does that. And sometimes it can be even quite wild. You can get things all the way... So I think Life Anion sort of does a bit of it as well. Anything that can be relatively modern, but then at the same time mixed in with like full-on Holy Roman Empire type beat. It's really interesting the way they do all that. I originally thought I originally thought Caladon was like Manchester, but now I think Sheffield, because Manchester's industry was more textile based while Sheffield has made steel. That is true, because I think now that I think about it, isn't Caladon's factories one of like the metals, one of the metals that you can get in the I forgot which one, but I'm fairly certain it's one of the metal stuff that you can get in the game. If something does happen later, there'll be layabouts. You've got nothing to fear. But it could also be Liverpool, because Caladon is a port city. True. It's probably a mix of both. They've basically taken pre-war industrial city and basically it could be anything really. It's basically that vibe. It might not necessarily be a specific city, but it would be that vibe of that era and those kinds of cities where they put factories everywhere with no idea how this would affect people because they didn't know back then. D32 steel. That would make sense. Britain in general was a very big steel area. Steel was one of its biggest exports, I think, and they also used their own steel for laying ships and stuff like that. It had a really big industry until, like with coal, the conservatives decided that we weren't doing that anymore, and then we lost quite a lot of money. That's neither here nor there. Fucking Tories. Anyway, well, if you put it that way, it's patrol hours right now, so I guess I'm a layabout myself, sitting here. We should have separate stream talking about this, so to theorize about the world of AK more by comparing our world. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of what I want to do with the series of videos that I want to make. I've just been, admittedly, very lax with actually doing them. But it is something I want to do, like a lot of that parallel, both in terms of history and also thingy, like literary, there we go. AK Terror Guesser. That would be hilarious. Actually, I would love that if someone did something like that. Unfortunately, I think because they reuse a lot of artwork for the backgrounds, it would be very difficult to really have a good guess, because you could look at something and think of one country and then it turns out to be from another. we won't tell anyone. Combat stages. That would be a good one, actually, because combat stages are unique, aren't they? Or at least unique to a location. You can normally tell. You normally couldn't tell between certain chapters. So, like, I think like 3 or 2 chapters. Yeah, 3 chapters in Chernobog all pretty much had the same designs. Different layouts, obviously, but like the same general theme. But that's because it was in the same place for all 3 chapters. But you can still tell they're all Ursus and stuff like that. We won't tell anyone. Little Susie, let me give your ears a good rubby rub. Go ahead, but be careful of the static, okay? I do love that. I love that even in a world where it's normal to have, like, animal aspects, there are still people who immediately look at you like, yes, I want your ears. Because I would say it now, if what's it called? What's the term called? Kimono Mimi? Mimi, rather. Kimono Mimi? Or Kenomo Mimi? Something like that. Basically, if people with animal ears existed in the real world, I would be a fucking menace. Like, I wouldn't be able to stop myself from, like, rubbing someone's ears, and it's weird to think about, because obviously, you'd love to do that, but then, that's a person. You wouldn't go and stroke someone's hair randomly, but the moment you put ears on them, suddenly, ooh. Neuron activation. Her ears have constant static electricity, so nice little voltage. Everything intent on the stream. Not crimes, just lack of boundaries, I suppose. Kemono Mimi. Yes, there we go. I couldn't remember if it was Kemono or Kenomo, because, November 24th, 1097, 6:15 p.m. In front of the shambles of Green Spark stands a thunderstruck Officer Granny. Like all the tap voice lines for the operators, yeah. Before her eyes was that shop full of human warmth now, with its roof collapsed, walls crumbled, and nothing left but charred black wreckage. She stares blankly at the ruins in front of her, not daring to believe her eyes. But why? Why would... Oh, Miss Granny, you're here now. What happened here? Why is this place... Too much for me to swallow, too. It could be out of revenge, setting a place like this alight. Revenge on who? The sweetest woman in the entirety of this game? Nah. I mean, we all know the reason why, but, just still. Setting. Someone set this place on fire. What about the owner here? Where's that feline girl? Have you seen her? No, we haven't. But no one was in there last night when the fire went up. Wait, what do you mean you haven't? It was the fire brigade that... It was the firefighters that stopped her from running in, wasn't it? Or was it the guard? Oh, it might have been town guard, never mind. We're lucky no one's burnt, or worse. Who the hell did this? Oh, okay. Sorry, that was narration. I thought it was literally just saying anger. Anger. She clenches her fists tight. The pub she visits practically every week. The adorable owner lady. The diverting guests. A moment of rare respite in the city, now turned to charred rubble. The anger flooding Granny's mind is hard to keep in check. Rarely is she ever this enraged. She's reached the point of wanting to bring justice to the culprit herself, no matter who it is. Hey, no going in. We still haven't cleaned up the debris yet. That's fine. I'm looking over the scene of the crime. I might find something in this. Don't bother, officer. The guards came over this morning. They looked all around, called it an accident and left just like that. An accident? But didn't you just say... That's just my opinion as a firefighter. We see a lot of things wherever we're called, and this we've seen. Well, that is the thing. Firefighters are actually the ones that investigate arson. Or at least they have a unit that investigates arson. What's this? A scrap of explosive? Yeah. But the guards had us keep out of this, so I didn't say much. And nobody cares, really, about the infected community. It's all less said, the better. Go in and beat the shit out of that captain. Sorry, what? Can you pass this evidence on to me? Sure. Yeah. It was burning my hand anyway. Didn't think I should hold it. And you're with the guards at any rate. Let me see. Wait. Hold on. These are shards from a military-grade incendiary. I've seen this sort back in mounted police training. Is it just me, or are these shards familiar? At least fire brigade member is reasonable. I mean, it's pretty much their job. I mean, obviously it's the same with the guards. You could say it's the guards' job to do all this, but I think when you actually deal with it, you have to... The guards that always have... The guards, sorry, not guards. The guards are useless. The firefighters have to... It's what they do. You choose to be a firefighter to save lives and to make sure this sort of stuff doesn't happen. I've often found that fire departments are some of the most honest and commendable people. Of course, I may also be a little bit biased because of all of the forest fires we've had around here, but still. November 26th, 10:97, 7:15 AM. So we meet again, Mr. Maud. The Mount? Did they just let you go? I thought they'd keep you in custody for longer than this. Don't take me in again, officer. I'm begging you. All I am is a handyman. I haven't bothered about with those infected in recent, I swear. Are you sure? Oh, she's going like, what's his name? Jack Reacher or whatever? Basically just vigilante on these people. It's a peaceful protester, yeah, I remember him. Do you still remember that incendiary we confiscated from your loot? A few days ago when I arrested you? Ooh. You said you only bought one for self-defense. Ah, yes, of course. I would like to introduce you to my trusty self-defense grenade. Because, you know, nothing says protecting yourself like a AoE weapon. Someone please don't tell the Americans. They'll have ideas. But military-grade bombshells have a very obvious unique design. They're not hard to identify, even when shattered. Can you guess where I found this little piece? Feels safe with my RPG too. Second Amendment with a question mark. No, officer, explosive belt is just for self-defense. I promise, sir, this napalm is medicinary. Medicinal, rather. If you're lying, it's another trip with me back to the guards. No, I'll tell you anything you want. I bought a case, I confess it. I bought a case, but I sold it all on to other people. The Danton brothers. I sold it to the Danton brothers. The Danton brothers? Who are they? Those two Syracusan immigrants. Oh, yep, there it is. The two mafia henchmen. Go ask the people at the Boil. They know them. Then do you know why they'd want to burn down an infected community pub? I don't know, I swear, no idea. I didn't hear a thing about the pub. I got the firebombs from the black market at the Boil too, I swear. That's the honest truth. You were right, they were Syracusan. Yeah, I mean, normally when I see the designs, I do think Syracusan because those are the Syracusan designs, but sometimes they just mix and match, you know, whenever they reuse assets, so I wasn't entirely sure, but the way they were talking with like that stereotypical Boston, Italian, New Yorker accent sort of voice, so... And it does make sense, the Mafia did come to the UK, not successfully, I might add. Peaky Blinders kind of dramatises it a bit, but really they just didn't gain a foothold. But the merchant there said he's got ways of getting goods done directly at the factories in Caladon. I think there's only Count Bishmir's manufacturing military supplies. Do you know where the Danton brothers are? I'm not 100%. I just know they always hang around in the Boil. The Boil, huh? And now let's see how big the Boil is. Is it a plate or is it smaller than that? You mean Dalton? Wait, what did I say? Did I not say Dalton? Or did I say something else? Did I say Danton? I might have said Danton then, maybe. November 27th, 1097, 6:15 PM. How many times have I had to tell you? Have you caught the burglar? Have you finished your patrols? Only you mounted police sideshow jugglers would obsess over tiniest meaningless business. Please punch him. Boyle sounds like place police doesn't want to go. Probably, no doubt. Or they're paid not to look. You call this meaningless business? Is it not? Is a single infected community pub burning down worth you spending 3 days to investigate? A short circuit in the mains, offended a gang, a lightning strike. I can think of 100 other reasons still. Once you finally discover that there was no culprit at all, who takes responsibility for all the cases this has held up? You? So what about this evidence? These military incendiaries were made at Councillor Bishmir's factory, and were meant as supplies for the Victorian Army, but they circulated into the black market. Doesn't this warrant investigating that factory? That's Count Bishmir's estate. You're saying you'll sweep a member of the council's factory? You've got some brass. Military incendiaries, the underground market, the evidence is all in front of you. Why are you still playing the idiot here? Don't tell me you get a piece of these black market deals too. Ooh. Do you know what you're saying? You dare tell me this to my face? Who do you think you're fooling? Count Bishmir's your own relative, isn't he? Well, that's news to me. You! How did someone like you get into the position of captain of the guards? Ooh, here it is. Good old-fashioned British Empire nihilism. Nepotism, sorry. paid his way up. Oh, no, 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 you don't even need to pay. Be a son of a lord and you get lieutenant right off the bat. I think I said this as well in chapter 9, but assuming that they go by the same way the British did back at the time, all the officers were nobility. All of them. Very few seldom got up from private or ensign, depending on the type of military you're in, up to officer without being part of a family. You don't have a care in you for the infected community cases, and you turn a blind eye when gangs from the Boil cause disaster, and now you're not going to look into something this massive? Then what is your job? You've abandoned your duties. Is there still anyone in the Caladon Guards qualified to enforce the law? So you're going to mutiny? I'm a mounted police officer on temporary transfer here by the City Council. Right now, I'm the one in charge of the mounted police of Caladon City. You and I are of the same rank. You should have no authority to order me. Fine then. I just knew you bumpkin lot would. You wait. Just you wait until the Duke's back from Londinium. I'll report to him in the full detail just the kind of attitude you mountain police bring to your work. The irony here is they're probably dealing with a lot of problems in Londinium, assuming this is happening at the same time that they invade. Just you wait when the Duke's back from Londinium, assuming he isn't dead in the tower. Suit yourself. Goodbye. Lowly circus spectacles. Damn backwater blood. You wait until the Duke's back. You'll get your damn dues. Yeah, the fact they keep saying that just makes me think, yep, foreshadowing. They sent him his head in a silver plate. Oh, no, that was a different event. November 28th, 1097, 7:15 p.m. White House Pub, The Boil, Caladon. Hey, this place was from Code Brawl and other events. Wait till he learns Zagrani knows the literal queen of the country. That would be pretty funny. I kind of hope that this guy lives up till the end of the main story as well, just so that he someday reads the paper and sees Granny there with the queen. Code Brawl, Mansfield, and every AK Landship bar. Yep, there it is. Anyway, White House Pub, The Boil, Caladon. What are you doing? That sets us back a whole day. You think it's there. You think it's some kind of slip-up at the factory? Then what do we do now? We hold on a little longer. If we still don't get news by this evening, we dip out pronto. Mental gin. Still a nice looking bar? Yeah, I'd absolutely go here. I would get absolutely confused though. I'll be looking at all of these drinks and I would have absolutely no idea what to pick. Anyway. Is there anything I can do for you? Evening. I'm looking for 2 people. They call themselves the Danton brothers. Oh, they are Danton. Oh, it was Danton. I did get that right correct first. I got confused when Zom said Dalton. Wait, who are Dalton then? Anyway, doesn't matter. And I've heard some say they've seen them come by this pub sometimes. I can't drink, but maybe bars have mocktails. Oh yeah, definitely. You can go to any bar and ask for a alcohol-free version. It basically just mix all of the juices and stuff instead. Obviously, there's certain things you can't have. There's no such thing as an alcohol-free Long Island iced tea. You can't do that because there's no... The mix is literally just alcohols. There's no non-alcohol there. Oh, sometimes there's coffee, but most of the time it's just a mix of alcohols. But like other things, pina colada is just milk, pineapple juice, other stuff. Daltons are the people from Lucky Luke, Speedy Talk. Ah, okay. Shit, we've got the guards in here. Don't panic. We're in the boil. What's she gonna try? Ha! Found you. So, what does, a fine mounted police officer want with a pair of law-abiding brothers? I was going to say something, but I realise now that that would have been absolutely horribly prejudiced of me to say if I did so I'm not going to say it. I'll need you to come with me to the guards about a case of arson in the infected neighbourhood. Early morning on the 24th. I have a few questions I'd like to ask. And if we politely decline, please comply with law enforcement's work, Mr. Danton. Easy there, Mount. This is a boil you're in. Your word isn't law here. Get out. You're not welcome at my bar. In an instant, the atmosphere of the pub begins to strain. A few bruisers with vicious looks rise from their seat. They pull out weapons, eyeing the pint-sized officer with malice. This is Caladon's boil, Signora. You fancy coppers don't fit in here. Go on back to helping the infected scrub their chamber pots. That sounds about right for you. Granny, no laws here, hey? Yeah, I feel like Granny would just be like, oh, there's no laws. Cowabunga it is. 9 people. I've got plenty to write once the report comes. Oh, this would be a perfect time for an event, for a stage. Ah. Were there stages when this first came out? Because that was a perfect stopping point. There would be a stage and then it would come onto this now. There were playable stages. Okay, I was wondering. Because, like, I must have played this game way too much now, because it does reach a point where it reaches a part of the story and I think, oh, okay, there's going to be a stage now. And either there is, or I get really confused. The stage was not really connected, though. Right, but I'm guessing it's sort of like just thinged. So it may not be connected in the same way the others were, but it still broke up the cutscenes, no? Or was it just separate? November 28th, 1097, 7:50 PM. Streets of Caladon. So now that just sounds like a story, the Streets of Caladon. Motor it, quick, she's right behind us. My hand's broken. The cutscenes are unlocked separately. Oh, okay. I love this. It's like, there's no laws here. We'll take you on. And now there's 2 running. One of them's fucked up. Fucking love Granny. God, I need to replay. What was it called? Granny and the Knight's Treasure. I need to replay that one because I really did sort of just go through it when I very first started a year ago, and I want to actually reread it now. Anyway, suck it up and keep running. The map's crazy. We can't beat that shit. Are they all like her? Save it. Go for the infected ghetto. The layout's all screwy there. We've still got a chance. Did we shake her? Shut up. Keep it down. She didn't see us. We hide here. We're gold. Son of a bitch. Something's wrong with this mount. How the hell did she even find us? I don't like that it's in this place, because isn't this place where that girl is? And I suppose Hayes if she's gone back. You save your breath. Why do I have to be right? I didn't want to be right. I just asked the question for the sake of asking. Well, if there's a time for her to be a witch, now would be a good time. Please do that. Please, Apollo, give me the gift of prophecy. I would love if she just kicks their ass. Like, Granny comes in and they're just down on the ground. Who are you? Huh? Where did the brat come from? This is Miss Witch's house. What are you doing here? Shut her up. The mountain's right outside. Stupid little punk. I order. I get it. You're bad people. She was waiting for the excuse. She was waiting for an excuse. But way back when Hayes said you only use it on bad people. The immature witch extends her right hand, and a purple thunderbolt leaps from it. Shoo, where did they run? Suddenly one of them just is thrown out of the window lightning style like Mace Windu in Star Wars. I should say unlimited power. She really did the Lord of the Rings, so you have chosen death. Hello, can I ask if you've seen... Just the Karanta officer starts talking to a nearby resident. Two men dressed in black fly... What? No. I was joking. Oh, my jaw hurts. I was fucking joking. Surely. No. Oh my god. Please make it short, it's too good. You know, I need to... Either someone clip it or I need to remember to clip later because, man... Oh, ow. My jaw hurts. Ah. Just as the Karanta officer starts talking to a nearby resident, two men dressed in black fly out of the window of a building not far away, hitting a wall with two heavy thuds. Ow. Okay, what I'm picturing here is not only were they yeeted out of the window, they hit the wall of the building on the opposite side of the street. That's what I'm imagining. Did I miss a funny? Oh my god, Merwin, you missed an absolutely glorious series of events. Oh, dear God. Oh, little shit. Cavallo, stupid infected. I'm gonna get her. What does Cavallo mean to... I'm assuming it's an exclamative, but... Great. So this is where you two hold it up. Shit. Cheese it. What the fuck is cheese it mean? Where the hell to? The abandoned section. There's a safe house there. Oh, I can't. Fuck, I'm out of drink as well. November 28th, 10:97, 8:59 p.m. Oh. Disused border sector of Caladon. Two black suits huff and gasp as they run through the deserted streets. And the pint-sized Karanta officer is hot on their tails. I think we lost her. My ass, we lost her. You think we can lose a Karanta officer in the city? Keep running. Yeah, you ain't gonna outrun a fucking haunts. How much further? Almost there. Right up front. Oh hey, we're back here. I would love it if this is the same place where Granny was interrogating the other person. Made it. In here. Our contact was here? The safe house is shot to hell. Save it. They said they'd ready up any clothes and fake IDs for skipping town. Oh! Is this where, Skyfire burned everything? Put him here. There's a hidden passage through the old logistics channels. We'll find a way to slip out. Hiding in a building, huh? Not planning to give up? Don't test my patience, alright? We're on the edge of the city. You can't fall back any further now. Skyfire burned to an empty factory, right? True. Although they mentioned the warehouse, not the warehouses, the safe houses and the IDs and all that there, so maybe they went back, maybe there's another thing that they do. Or maybe it was the reunion. Maybe they decided to take things into their own hands and shoot up the place. Let me remind you too, hiding in that building to ambush me isn't going to do anything for you, okay? Keep resisting and you'll only keep piling the charges against you. Put down the crossbows and bombs and surrender this instant. Well, the time it's taken her to talk, she's going to go in there, it's going to be empty now. Or maybe not. What the hell? Where is everyone? The lights are dead. This room's a goddamn mess. What's all that piled on the ground? I can't even tell. Oh, bodies, probably. Just knock something over. What the hell is that smell? Oh, it is bodies. It's too dark, I can't hear a thing. Why'd they pile all this crap? Are they trying to pull something? It stinks to high heaven. Where's our contact? I don't like this. This building ain't right. Come on. What? What happened? Anyway. If you still won't come out, I'll have to break in by force. About time you witness a mounted officer's true strength. Oh, what? You're holding back? The pint size. I love how she says stuff like that, and then the narration comes in with the disrespect and just like the pint-sized officer. just like, I'll beat the shit out of you. The small horse. Just you said that it's too dark. I can't hear a thing. Oh. Oops. The pint-sized officer reverse grips her pike and lowers her body. She lifts it over her head, Originium arts coalescing at its tip. The pike wholly bathed in a dark red luster in the black of night. I haven't used this maneuver in a long time. Don't blame me if anyone gets hurt, alright? You've already broken a hand. Granny Detroit smash. Just bursts through the door, just like, I am here. Do something. She's going to break down the door. Don't panic. Calm down. Flashlight. You got it or not? What kind of mook carries a goddamn flashlight around? A smart one, you moron! The fire bombs. You had one left, right? You're not going to use a firebomb for light, you... Anyway. You're going to burn the place down? Dumbass. You throw the bomb in there first. We escape before the fire spreads. The house goes up, and that beat cop ain't going to follow us. 2 fouls, 1 stone. Makes sense. Let me see. The imposing black suit pulls a ring out on the incendiary meant for military use and tosses it into the depths of the pitch-black room. However, the moment the flare lights up is the moment they finally realise just how stupid a decision they made. Oh no. Oh no, it's a bad smell, not bodies, but, like, flammables. Because if it's, like, oil or gas or... Because that shit smells awful. Things like gasoline and stuff like that, for example, could smell as subtle as, like, paint to as nasty as fish. Gas on Terra. Well, there's got to be something. I know they don't just use... Think in Terra terms. I mean, it could also be originium, I suppose, but if I remember correctly, they do have chemicals that are flammable. They don't use them in the same way we do. They use originium primarily, but they do have flammables and stuff. I mean, they've got things like oil lanterns, so there must be something. Unless it is all originium and I just didn't pay attention. Maybe it's like liquid originium or something. The moment... Yeah, they realised how decision they made. Within the cramped, dilapidated room sits a great pile of originium explosives and hazardous chemicals. See, okay, it isn't just originium, I was right. The bucket they knocked over earlier was filled with high-concentration raw keton. I'm never sure. Now spilled all across the floor. I am now thinking of the Call of Duty Zombies, the nuke item that you pick up and it just goes kaboom. You should read up on the Rainbow Six. Well, if I remember correctly, the next time they do the event, they're doing both the events, which I'm really happy for. So I'm waiting until that, because then I get to play the first one and then the second one, if I've got it right. Apparently that's how they're doing it. Apparently they're going to redo the first one and do the second one as well. I'm going to count to 3, and that's your final chance. Alright, I forgot Keaton in lore is super unstable liquid. Yeah, isn't Keton the what makes the bricks? Or not bricks, but like, you know, the orange stuff. No, that's Loxic Coal, sorry. I always get that stuff mixed up. Then you may finally experience one of the worst bosses in Arknights. Oh god. Yeah. 3, 2, 1, kaboom! The collapsible military pike shoots forth like lightning, smashing apart at least 10 centimeters worth of concrete wall and tearing through the structure. I thought she was going to break the door down! But in the following instant... Fucking Team Granny blasting off again. The sound of an explosion as grand as thunder rolls across the entirety of Caladon. Doors are optional. Harsh firelight follows a mushroom cloud straight into the skies, shining over the abandoned plate. Through through the Gododin night and across the southwest harbours of Victoria. Jesus Christ! Fucking Beirut just happened in the middle of the city, or at the edge of the city. Yeah, I imagine Granny just looking at her spear like, huh? I didn't put that much effort into it. Dumb ways to die. So many dumb ways to die. Dumb ways to die. So many dumb ways to die. Anyway. In the wake of the cabin's explosion, the surrounding ground caves in entirely, crashing down to the city plate structural layers. It also reminds me of how in SpongeBob, whenever like something remotely small happens, there's like a massive nuke explosion. Reminds me of the Russians smoking in bad places. Oh yes, there's been quite a few of those in the recent years. And that, my friend, is why you don't store all explosive stuff in one room. Yep. Oh my god. Oh, this entire story node has been an absolute treat. And that layer being in deep disrepair, it continues to collapse, dropping down and down, letting out an unending rumbling roar. Just some crashing sounds, metal pipes, a cat meowing in the distance, you know, all of it. Where the cabin once stood now resembles a direct strike from a high-speed battleship bombardment. Only a massive pit filled with thick smoke remains to tell the tale. I don't think they will survive that, yeah. Survive. I don't even think they're going to find a body. Just gone, reduced to atoms. The suspects, the evidence, and the truth are all blown away into the black smog, along with the abandoned building, trailing high and away and with the wind. Just hair? Absolutely dumbfounded, flabbergasted. Oh my god. I love it. It's just the what happened? Blown head over heels by the shockwave, the Victorian mounted officer now stares in bewilderment at the entire sight before her. Nothing that just happened is processed for her yet. She's on the ground. Boots are probably on the halfway across the area because it probably literally knocked her socks off. Like, just massive explosion. If there was anyone else there, they'd probably be looking at her thinking, how the fuck did you live? Bad thing is, we didn't get our hands on the guys that burned out Gigi's shop and nearly brought her to suicide. No, but I mean, blowing themselves up in their own stupidity in such a hilarious way that you just can't take them seriously as people. I think that works. I may have not gotten to them, but karma in general did. November 28th, 1097. Nighttime in Caladon City finds itself exceptionally lively. Oh, do you know, I wonder. This is such a Looney Tune Benny Hill slapstick. It couldn't be any less hilarious. It couldn't be any more hilarious, rather, unless they were literally Team Rocket blasted off again, sort of thing. And it would work with the chase scene music too. Oh, that took nearly an hour and a half. Was it worth it? Absolutely, yes. Something's gotta give too. Something's gotta give free. Something's gotta give. Let the bodies hit the floor. Let the bodies hit the floor. Oh, hey, it's this one with the TV that's back when I first started. I thought was a building because it looked like it was in the distance next to trees. I don't know if anyone remembers that. I think it was chapter 3. Although I will say, I've only just noticed the building in the background. Unless I've only just remembered it, maybe. To be fair, most of that hour was discussing the geography and laughing our asses off. Yeah, definitely. Oh dear. November 26th. 10:97. 9:33 a.m. Wasteland Vagabond Settlement, 40 kilometers out from Caladon City. Just made me realise there's a building there. Okay, I'm glad I'm not the only one who's only just noticed. But yeah, when I first started, I saw the TV there, and I legit thought it was a building, because it looks like it's next to trees. So I thought it was a building, and then I realised, oh no, that's just a TV on a rock. Yes, I didn't know. The druid of Godolin stands upon the barrens, silent and sedate, before a low mound. He cheated death, wrested its most ready of victories. He left with pride for the place of his eternal sleep. She calls out, waving her staff. The sun rises, but... oh, this is but one more ordinary burial in the wastelands. Of terror. Yeah, there we go. Sorry, my eyes went blurry again. Here's the wine we agreed on. It's not very strong, but don't drink too much. What about May's bottle? I want to pour it out here, where she's buried. Even though Quirkers went through all that trouble? Oh, don't worry about it. Let it return to the earth. You said you could brew it in 3 weeks, but never did we imagine that she wouldn't last that long. Do you need glasses? You're not asking to offend, just concerned because you say you got blowed twice now. So at the moment it's more so that I just got something in my eye, so it keeps... again, annoying every now and then. It keeps getting blowed up. But in general speaking, no, I do actually have bad eyesight. I do use glasses normally. I don't use glasses when streaming, though, because the eyes don't track. I don't necessarily need the glasses most of the time. It's more so for farsightedness, though. So if I'm looking at like a menu on a wall, I have to put glasses on, but on a screen, it's fine. It's just the two of us now. We can make it if we try, just the two of us. Sorry. Alright, man, cheer up. Here's to May. To May. Yeah, to May. Security in Caladon has been tight as of late, Quirkus. We couldn't go inside to find you. I know it wouldn't have helped. The disease we have is incurable, and it was her time to go. It's just... The way she cried those last couple of days, it was hard to watch. You've sent so many of us our way. You know how much it hurts. She begged me to pull her out of her misery in my arts, but I couldn't do it. Then, the next day, we found her at the bottom of the hill. She was asleep. Her eyes were closed. She didn't have to cry again. There wasn't anyone there. She didn't infect anyone. And she didn't bother any of us. Everything was fine. It was all good. Just thought it was a little lonely, right? Yeah, lonely. Here, another round. Mm-hmm. Don't throw out Don't throw out the rest of the wine. Save it for the living. Alright, if you say so. Focus is one of those characters that keeps very tight to her chest. Has a very dark past and is more powerful than people realise. She does kind of give me that vibe, just because the way that she sort of appears, but doesn't seem to actually really do anything. Which often alludes to someone who very much could do quite a lot. Given SP and fast heals as a support. Oh, that's interesting. Would be nice to get her then. Oh right, the catastrophe messenger, Miss Elba. She stopped by a few days ago. Do we know Miss Elba? And... oh, where did I say and? Here's a letter she wanted us to pass on to you. A letter from Elba, the chaser. Right. Didn't you ask her for... ask her to help you into how the Duke's encampment is doing? We've been seeing quite a few army convoys heading north the last couple of days. Makes you wonder what those bigwigs in the city are up to. Fighting for their lives, probably. Oh, unless they mean Caladon. In which case, God knows. Whatever it is, it's probably no good. Be absolutely careful. Anyway, I need to head back now. Whatever happens, take care of yourself. Here's some medicine for you. It's winter now, and it'll only get colder. If you get chilblains, use some of this. I don't know if it's chilblain. Is that like a cold? I forgot about that. You know what? I like that. I'm glad that it's being used. And it still fills me with happiness knowing that there will be places in both Ursus and Lungman that would also be using Frost Nova, as it would no doubt be sold there, and at least in some parts. Chilblains is a condition that causes inflamed swollen patches and blistering on hands. Oh, okay. Frost Nova. What a funny name for an ointment. When will we see you again, Quercus? I'm not sure. Alright, I get it. If that's going to be difficult, mind if I ask one last question? Ask as many as you want. We still have plenty of wine. Why are you helping us? The medicine's not cheap, right? You often come to us Wastelanders for information. Who do you work for? Frostnova, God. Frostnova helping Rhode Island even from beyond. Frostnova gave the ointment to treat frostburns or frostleaf she got after the fighting. Yeah. And R.I. painted it with the name. Yeah, I remember from the end of chapter 8, or is it chapter 6 when they put it in? I can't remember, can't remember when they used it. But I was saying back then, I'm really glad that they did that, and I really hope that the places that had to deal with her, then... It was 8, okay, yeah. I just really hope that the places that had to deal with her have to constantly be reminded of it as well. I mean, obviously most people, the majority of people would know, obviously. It's more so for the bigwigs to see. It's just me being petty, but I just like to think that somewhere over there, someone who's been constantly dealing with reunion is suddenly seeing Frost Nova being sold in pharmaceutical stores. We're just curious. We've known you for so long. They say you probably used to be an officer in the military. Even if Frost Nova can no longer do good as an operator for us, she has an impact on the world, yeah. And that's also one thing I do like about the world building here, the way that they do remind us that the world still goes on beyond the characters that we play. That's one thing I do really like about this story. Yeah, so honestly, it doesn't matter much to us who you really are. We don't care for the righteousness of the city folks. You're helping us live longer, so we'll help you out, whatever it is you're doing. No, I want to tell you the truth, but I doubt you'll believe me. If I told you that there was a group of people who have been trying to save the infected, would you believe me? Okay, I know you've got Rhode Island medicine, but the fact that I immediately thought of Reunion first instead of Rhode Island had me a bit concerned. It could just be because I've been talking about Reunion like a moment ago, but I'm going to go on a limb here and hope that she's talking about Rhode Island. Otherwise, suddenly I'm concerned. November 28th, 1097, 2:28 p.m. Hey! Kazemaru. So, the Duke of Gododin actually took his forces to Londinium. Oh, there we go. Yes, I'm sure of it. How big were his forces? The Wastelanders saw at least 2 high-speed battleships sailing through. The catastrophe messenger also told me that she saw the siege troops leave their encampment too. I wonder where the high-speed battleship thing comes from, because I don't think Britain was known for high-speed battleships or battlecruisers. I'm fairly certain that was America and Germany. I don't know. I did notice that there were some German inspirations in Victoria too, so maybe there's just a mix. Was that one of the ships that got blown up? I can't remember if it was the same ship. I don't know. I don't think it was Gododin, so maybe not. High-speed battleship is a standard, no? Yeah. Ship of the Line? No, Ship of the Lines are a bit different, I think. Up to now, every nation's fleet is 100% high-speed battleships. It makes sense, really. It's just an Arknights thing, I think. Oh, okay. Yeah, I was just wondering. I wasn't, because I've only really seen the term high-speed battleship mentioned in terms of Victoria, but that might just be because of the main event. So I might have assumed, so I assumed it might have been Victoria's gimmick, but maybe not then. I guess it's just in general. That's bad news. All 8 dukes are taking their forces to Londinium. Oh, there we go. Anyway, I'll fill Captain Root in on the news. Captain Root. The Rhode Island person? Or someone related to the Rhode Island person? The one who had their ship blown up in Chapter 12 was Duke Windermere. Oh, okay, so it wasn't Gododin. Nomadic cities are kind of slow-speed battleships, at least in Ursus. Yeah, I remember Ursus were militarized. I suppose Londinium is also militarized because it's a nomadic city, and it has the big cannons along the walls. Alright, chief of the city. Yeah, okay. I wasn't sure if it was the same person, because I don't remember them being referred to as captain before, so I thought it might have been same family member, but different person. Right. And I'm done with what Dr. Calcit wanted me to take care of. Be extra careful with this document, please. Here are the nomadic city platform entrance permits to 4 dukedoms. And this is Rhode Island's business permit for operating in Victoria. Industrial waste recycling and processing. Okay, so we are right at the point of chapter 10. So I guess this is the reason why I was originally told to read this before chapter 10 then. Or that it would make more sense to do it then. Or after chapter 10, I can't quite remember. But yeah, because this was their thing. This was how they operated under the scenes. Kazamado was the reason we even got into Victoria. Okay, interesting. Yeah, they were passing by Noel's event in Kazimierz about one whole year planning and sneaking in. Right, yeah. But yeah, I remember the industrial waste recycling. That was the guys that they were hiding behind for entrance. Couldn't we have just told them our usual line of business? Victoria is especially strict with corporations that deal in orography prevention, and each dukedom operates differently. It's too much of a hassle, so this is simpler. We need to get our foot in the door first. I see. Also, there's a letter from Lady Heidi. Make sure you hand it to Dr. Calcit directly. Understood, don't worry. Didn't that also play out in the main event, or in either the main event or Walk in the Dust? I remember Calcit getting a letter. I'll head back to the town archives now. My co-workers are going to get suspicious if I disappear for too long. Oh right, there's one more thing I need to tell you. That was when Heidi was much younger. Oh, I thought there was another thing. Oh. I remember I remember Heidi was there to give Calcit a letter during the party, but I thought there was something else later, like towards the end of the event. But I must have just been thinking of something else. Heidi also sent one more at the end. Okay, so it was that one. So there was the final letter, which then led on to the main arc. At the place you were using as a hideout, the Green Spark, someone burned it down a few days ago. What? Captain Root's been waiting for you. You should head to the office soon. The shop was burned down. Why? I love how... I mean, as sad as it is, I do love how this story just revolves around this one point, but takes in multiple perspectives, but it all ends up at that one moment. It's a form of story writing that I do really like. I can only think of one story, though, that actually does it. I mean, obviously there's loads, but the only one I can think of is... I can't remember the name of it. Some of you guys might remember, but there was a movie where the president gets assassinated, or I think it ends up being like a body double or something, but it happens right at the beginning, and then the rest of the movie is basically just the individual people's perspectives of it happening. No, not Resident Evil 6, it's a movie. But basically the event keeps playing out over and over again, but from different people's perspectives as it happens. So people involved with the president, people involved with the people who did it, random people that were there, just in general. And it all converges onto that one point, and then at the end of it then continues on afterwards, and that's when we find out it was a body double. That's when we find out who does it, and everything gets resolved. But for the majority of the movie, it was just individual people's perspective of the same thing happening, and as you see more and more characters and their points of view, it gets pieced together, and I just really like that. I think the story is one of the best written side stories, and it gives screen time to very interesting characters that usually don't get much screen time. Yeah, I do agree with that. RE6 made by Kojima. I honestly don't know. I have never watched that one. The one I'm thinking of is just a political thriller. Like, it was a action slash thriller slash movie sort of thing. It was quite an early one though, probably like 2010s, early 2010s. Anyway, November 28th, 1097, 3:15 p.m. Captain, I'm back. Oh, nice work out there, Quercus. Captain? Susie. Quercus, Mr. Root was your captain? So this is where you were. I was so worried. Guess timeline-wise it would be too early for them to appear. Like, we had Silver Ash, Platinum 2 years before their first events. You've been working for Rhode Island. I'll tell you everything later. But perfect timing, Quercus. We have a severely infected patient here. Who are they? She's having an acute attack. Luckily, Susie got her to us in time. Oh, how? I thought it said who. I was going to say, that is not a response to who. We're finished with the basic precautions. I'll leave the rest to you. Okay, let's see. Hand me the testing reagent. Here. She's too weak. We need to give her an IV. Quercus. Can you cure oropathy? No, I can't. No one can. But Rhode Island developed some medicine that can at least stabilize her condition and prevent her from worsening. She's very sick, but please, don't give up on her. Is she your friend? No, never mind. Everyone here in the infected community is your friend. I mean, while that's definitely true, that somehow sounds somewhat dismissive. I know that's not the intention, but but still, don't worry. She'll make it after she gets the shot. Her fever's caused by the inflammation, and I can control that with Virginia Marks. That'll keep it from worsening down the road, and should help stabilize her. She's also had some scrapes on her, which I took care of. She won't be in any pain anymore. Just casted lay on hands, or whatever it's called, the healing touch that you do in D&D. Okay. Are you alright? Quercus, Green Spark is gone. All gone. I know. I was just about to ask you. I haven't heard anything on my end, but do you have any ideas? Made any enemies? Me? Enemies? No chance here. And Susie definitely wouldn't. Funny you mentioned D&D. She has a bard skin. Oh, interesting. I might have to look at that afterwards, if someone reminds me after this story node. There's been a lot going on in the city lately. The timing is uncanny. I couldn't help but wonder how everything's connected. A couple of days ago, someone tried to kidnap a city councillor in the infected community. Who could be so bold? Luckily, Skyfire was there, so things didn't turn for the worse. Now the guards are all clamouring that there are criminals here in the community, though they haven't done any additional investigations either. I saw on my way here posted notices and wanted posters everywhere. They're even giving out rewards for tips. Bounties for suspicious people in the infected community too. You have to hand it to them. That is the worst thing you could do. God, have you learned nothing from the Denuncios in Spain? You don't just say that you'll give rewards for people who rat on people, because you'll just make up anything. I think you'd have to look at the skin in a ship. The skin isn't released on Global yet. Oh, is it not? Oh, okay. I thought it might have been in the skin list that you can look at. Okay, in which case I'll have to look after stream then, because I don't think I've got the set up, the screen capture set up for it. Oh, hello. I guess you're now lucid. So you own the shop. Owns, rather. That they burned down. Miss Hayes. Oh, she's awake. Where am I? Am I alive, or is this what the afterlife looks like? Well, you are around a bunch of angels. Not Sancta, just angels. Yeah, you're alive. Okay, I checked. A-Ship doesn't have it. Found it on Game Press. Okay, good. I'll look it up in a moment then. This is the Rhode Island office. They're the ones who saved you. Rhode Island. I didn't expect they'd actually help the infected. That's their job. Playing D&D with Rhine directors is going to be a shouting match on homebrew in game art. Oh god. Also, aren't they doing a tabletop hyperglyph? Because I think if they do that, and depending on how in-depth the system is, that would be a great way of making some homebrew D&D if we just take those system and use it. You said they burned down the shop. What do you mean? I was being hunted by 2 thugs that night, and hid inside a place called the Green Spark. I didn't expect them to toss a firebomb, though. A firebomb? Someone was hunting you down. Why? No clue. Maybe because I overheard them talking about kidnapping some old councillor fart, and something about bombs. They probably wanted to silence me. Wait, back up. They were going to kidnap a councillor? When was this? And what's this about bombs? How many days was I out? Today is November 28th, Miss Hayes. No, it was 5 nights ago. 5 nights. Sorry. On the night of the 23rd. I know some Arknight creator done a Arknight themed D&D. Oh. If they've got the system somewhere in place, like publicly available, I would love to do that. The day before they took those people to the factory. If you don't mind, could you tell me where you ran into those 2 thugs? And now Granny's going to get the call, I guess. Or Granny, sorry. Some 10 minutes later. I posted the skin on Discord. Ooh, let me see. Oh, that is beautiful. Oh, that looks really pretty. And it's like, is that a sitar? The guitar with the bent neck. I think it's a sitar. I can't quite remember. This location on the map here, right? That's right. The buildings here have been left empty because of how close they are to the abandoned district. She even dances and plays the instrument when using her skill. Oh, nice. So I'm assuming she's a bard supporter, then. Sounds like the perfect place to hatch a scheme. 2 Syracusans. Must be immigrants from there. Oh, she's not? Okay, so it's just purely the skin. She's abjuration. Oh, okay, interesting. Huh. Also, I love how we were talking about D&D and then abjuration. And I doubt they're infected if they didn't think twice before setting a fire in a building... Set fire to a building in the community. There we go. Most likely mercenaries, or thugs working for the Mafia. If we know where they are, shouldn't we go pay them a visit? I'd recommend against that. This is well beyond Rhode Island's usual scope of business. We aren't here to keep the peace. No, but you're talking to a druid whose building just got blown up. a building that she left to Susie. So I feel like there's not much you're going to do to stop her. That's true. But now that the guards have a bounty out on them, we might just get a reward for turning over this information. Yeah, en route with the landlords, yep. It's not much, but it'll help pay for Miss Susie's losses. Golden Glow does end up making a hair salon again, doesn't she? Is it on the land ship, or is it just elsewhere? I suppose we'll probably find out towards the end, but still. Right. It is on the land ship, nice. I was wondering that, because I know the music video had her working in one, but I wasn't sure if that was just, you know, set piece or not. Yeah, I've read the furniture lore. Okay. The recreation furniture set. Okay. Huh? Is that okay, really? Shouldn't Miss Hayes get the reward? Let's just call it my way of paying you back for saving my life. That was the whole reason your shop got burned down in the first place. Oh, it's not your fault. If you'd hid anywhere else, they would have burned down someone else's house instead. Besides, the one who saved you was an infected worker named Red. It's really great story and writing how they threaded all these events together. Yeah, I was saying earlier, I love how they basically just have this one focal point, the building burning down, and then they just keep going back and forth between different people's perspectives. I just really like the way they do it. I love that type of storytelling. It's probably something that I should experiment with at some point when I write. I should probably try to do something like this. I don't think it's such a bad idea. Helping those two bastards get caught will blow off some steam at least. It's a shame Green Spark doesn't quite rhyme with London Bridge. Or not rhyme, but have the same amount of syllables. Thanks, Miss Hayes. Quercus. Huh? Don't rub my ears. Why are you being so polite with me now? It's settled then. I'll help you put a report together, Miss Susie. You just need to take it down to the guard station. I feel like the guard is just going to ignore it. Right. What are you looking at? There's a kitten across the street, sunbathing against the wall. Are you jealous? Of course. Oh, they broke a flower pot. Ran away too. I'm wondering, when will you chase me out of here? Once Rhode Island accepts a patient who's having an acute orography attack, we won't let them leave until their condition stabilizes. I can't pay for treatment, you know. No need to worry. Of course, there are options available if you want to continue your treatment afterwards. I'll fill you in on the details once you get better. Oh, there we go. One more to the ranks. They can't ignore official medical department that has government approval to work there. You say that, but literally every single country we've been to so far has done exactly that, at least to a certain extent. Did you ever look at Hayes's E2 art? I think I did. I remember seeing something like that and thinking, oh, but I can't. Because we always end up pissing them off directly, somehow true. By the way, if there's anything you want to discuss, you're free to talk about it. You're free to talk to me about it. My little big hat of the Witch Forest. You... I never expected to meet a survivor of the Witch Forest. Oh, so you do know. The Witch Forest? You mean the organisation that took in infected casters? Oh! Okay, so maybe they weren't all infected, but maybe I was somewhat right that the reason people were against them was because of the fact that they took in infected casters. Because I was thinking it was weird in a world of magic that you would just target magic users. It makes no sense. And Victoria isn't exactly anti-magic either. They have their own casters. Have you read Kobe's story in Stories of Afternoon? It's my favourite and I think you would love it. I have not. I probably will at some point now, because I'm going to have to go through these stories now. Because I've been avoiding them too much. Well, not avoiding, but just not getting around to them. That's them. I remember you said that line in the last stream. Well, last time I was wondering. I wasn't sure if why they would, and they didn't say anything, so I assumed it was because they were infected. So I was wondering. And then I think it was Zom who said in the comments, or it might have been someone else, I wasn't sure, said in the comments that they weren't all infected. So then I thought, oh, so maybe there wasn't then. So then it just kept me. I just kept wondering, why would they target them? And then, but maybe it was still because of infected, just not that they were infected, but they kept accepting them. Because I know people consider, I forgot what they're called. People consider infected casters dangerous, if I remember correctly. If I remember correctly, 5 years ago they refused to cooperate with the Duke and so the Victorian army... Okay, there we go. Can we talk about something else? Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to... Okay, so that makes sense then. So it was more so that they didn't want to work with the Duchy, I guess. No need to apologise. I made my peace with that a long time ago. I was even prepared to, well... fight the dust in this city. I hate how that's literal in this context. Like, that's such a shit pun. Though sometimes I still do want to put up a fight, see more kittens. Now that I think about it, if I didn't hide inside Susie's shop that night, those Syracusans wouldn't have burned her shop down. Oh, speaking of burning, Quercus, are you back? Good morning. What's wrong? You look exhausted. From the looks of it, the investigation was a success. Those guards are absolutely hopeless cases. How could they wash their hands of it after putting up all those wanted posters? Are they just waiting for the suspects to turn themselves in? You know what? I'm going to say this. They're basically the British police before the 80s, or even in the 80s, just before the 90s. If you ever read or watch any true crime stuff that takes place in Britain in any point of the 19th century... not 19th century, sorry, 20th century, it's basically this. They just ignore or wait for it to go away or come to the wrong conclusions. It's absolutely fucking annoying. The Yorkshire Ripper one is absolutely the worst as well. They made an assumption right at the very beginning and ignored everything else because it didn't fit the narrative that they assumed was correct. And so it just... Anyway, that's what these guards honestly remind me of. Wasn't there a show where a 21st century cop gets shot and wakes up in that time? Not shot, he got ran over by someone he was chasing. And yes, he gets sent originally to the 70s, in the first season, which was Life on Mars, which is named after a David Bowie song of the same name. And yes, so he was teleported to the 1970s. I don't know if he was actually teleported to the 1970s or if it was just a coma or it was both. I think it might have been both. But yeah, so he got isekais. Yes, he literally did. It's funny actually. We when you think about it, there are quite a few Western isekais. But anyway, then there was another version that was set in the 80s, and that was called Ashes to Ashes, I think. I can't remember which song that one's based on. Obviously, it's based on Ashes to Ashes, but I don't know who sang it. It might have been another Bowie song, but I'm not sure. But yeah, good, really good show. Actually, I highly recommend it, especially if you're ever interested in what Britain was like during that time period. It is honestly really fascinating. Also, fun fact for those of you who like Doctor Who and sci-fi in general, the actor who plays the main character in Life on Mars plays the Master in in Doctor Who. Yeah, sorry, Christmas. The name of the show is um, Life on Mars, not Back to Mars. Life on Mars, named after the David Bowie song, and um, the second season was named Ashes to Ashes. Both really good. I especially recommend Life on Mars. I can't really say much about Ashes to Ashes because I didn't watch much of it, but Life on Mars is amazing. And again, it's great if you're ever interested in that period of British history. It really is an insight because it is a completely different world. And where did Granny go? I was hoping to ask her to look into the factory. You'd better not count on Granny too much. Her status as a collaborating operator of Rhode Island puts her in quite a tricky position. Strange. What's the matter? I didn't notice until just now, but the building where Miss Hayes ran into those Syracusan thugs is right next to the factory. Huh? You're right. Miss Hayes, you said they used military-grade incendiaries to burn down Susie's shop, right? That's right. Is something wrong? If I remember correctly, the factory is owned by Councillor Bishmer. They make military-grade weapons there, and it was shut down a month and a half ago for equipment maintenance. Ha, convenient. But the factory was completely empty when I got kidnapped by those fake infected. Did something... Did something? Did someone steal their equipment? The papers certainly haven't reported on anything like that. Are you telling me the thugs are working with Councillor Bishmer? We don't have enough evidence. It's too soon to make that conclusion. But unless I'm mistaken, the Caledonian Guard's captain is Bishmer's nephew. Right. I think I heard that from Granny before. I sense Skyfire burning down a few more buildings. I hope so. Susie, how long has it been since... Oh, how long has it been since Susie went to the guards? Oh no. Who went with her? Someone please went with her. About 3 hours. She should have been back by now. I'll go find her. Burn down everything. I'm going to. Burn down everything. Bring your comms. Stay in touch. This is getting out of hand. The calm Rhode Island operator takes a close look at the maps on the desk and sorts out the many doubts in his mind. Then, he takes an oddly shaped communicator from his desk. What's he doing? Fucking calling Captain Marvel or something? Oh, what are you doing, Captain? I'm at work right now. Do you know how many people there are at the town archives? Oh, Kazimaru. Yay, there it is. Kazimaru, this is extremely urgent. Prioritize what I'm about to ask of you. Understood. I want you to put together a list of addresses of the properties owned by Count Bishmer, as well as a diagram of the old underground logistics passages underneath the city. As detailed and quickly as possible. Got it. I'll take care of it right now. Bitterroot deserves an official module update. Honestly, I do kind of hope that at some point they do go back and revisit some of the named operators who are sharing the same images. Like, what I would like ideally is if they keep what they wear, but give them, you know, like a unique face. Like, you know, maybe one of them has their mask down and stuff like that. So they still, it doesn't look too uncanny, like unrecognizable. You can still tell that it's the same, like it stems from the same person. They're using the same uniform, whatever. But like a little bit more unique, so you can tell them apart. Because sometimes I admit I do find it a little bit hard to connect with some of them sometimes, because I then have to think, wait, so who's this person again? Oh, it's this one who did this thing. Instead of just immediately seeing them and going, this person who did this thing. Like, it's just a small thing. Like, it's not that important, but it would be nice if they eventually, like, do that every now and then. Just occasionally bring in someone, you know, one of the named NPC Rhode Island operators, but just have a little bit of a change. Did you find her? No. The guard said their captain went to the location with Susie, and they haven't come back yet. What is this, an episode of NCIS? Damn it. Calm down. Think of where she could have been taken. Or it is always the same, getting fired and rehired with a different name. I'm thinking. Captain? Captain Root, what's going on? Listen carefully. I've just compared where Count Bishmar's estate intersects with Caladon's old logistics channels. I've worked out 7 most likely tunnel entrances. You think they took Susie underground? As long as he's not an idiot, Bishmar's sure to imagine Susie has people helping her out. So he's not guaranteed to silence her. They'll take her to where it's quietest and least likely to be found. There's also a chance they're in the abandoned sector, but earlier I found out the biggest of the tunnels runs underneath his factory, which explains where all the equipment disappeared to. You two get going for now. If anything happens, I'll get in touch. This has reached the point now, we've reached the epicenter. They've gone past the event of the building burning and are now actually doing the stuff. They're actually getting to the bottom of it now. Which makes sense, because this is the second to last bit. But he is an idiot, though. Yes, he is, so who knows? Oh boy, these guys don't know what is coming for them. Very angry Rhode Island operators. Very angry people who have lived in Caladon or been to Caladon multiple times. And a very angry doctor who's there in spirit. A very malignant spirit. Alright. Now what? How about I sweep the south 3 entrances, and you handle the north 4? And a 6-star Susie herself, yep. Let's not forget that she can you know, it wouldn't surprise me if they get down there and the guy is practically fried chicken. Not a problem. Stay safe. Don't upset the ghost of Babel. War crimes they will inflict will make your life hell. Yeah. Oh, not to forget a very angry reunion. Oh god, yeah. Yep, that's going to be interesting as well. Basically, everyone and their mother is going to be there. It's like the fucking portal scene from Avengers. She's probably holding herself back for their sake, yeah. Well, there were some animated moments in the trailer for this, true. To be honest, very angry Mamie, yeah. Imagine that pretty much everyone's going to be there, like, it's like that one Undertale meme cartoon. It's like, who touched the child? Anyway. Oh, I haven't seen this background in a little while. November 28th, 10:97, 8:30 p.m. You basically pissed off every faction with one dumb move. just, just the Fallout notification that said everyone dislikes that or everyone hated that or whatever it says. It's touching the child, yeah. Wouldn't put it behind the writers to put an NPC to F them up, yeah. Susie opens her eyes and realizes she's laid right on top of an ice-cold pavement. The damp, chilly air pervades all throughout the gloom of the vacant space. A faint pain in the back of her head still hasn't left her. Touch of the child. To one side of her comes the sound of a quarrel. God, I can't even imagine how angry Naomi would be at this point, coming to this point of it, because I remember Naomi did a stream on it. In fact, funnily enough, after doing the first stream, that stream was recommended to me on the homepage of YouTube. To one side of her comes the sound of a quarrel. Oh. I love that they always use the same jerk-off image for anyone remotely sleazy in Victoria. She didn't stream for this part, sadly. Ah, okay. You lot are a bunch of useless nothings. How can you twist something as sure as this so badly? I didn't imagine we'd hit all these setbacks. Why did that decrepit lizard angst suddenly send a caster to this event? Did you let the information leak? One of us had been causing constant commotion, I admit that. But Councillor Angst had an honest flare-up of heart disease. And that just happens? Where is this? What? My hands? Why are they tied together? All these machines. Is this a factory? If she did, heaven have no fury, yep. All these machines, is this a factory? No, it isn't. Are these the abandoned logistics tunnels? What's even going on? I remember the guards captain said he'd see the place with me. And then... Oh, my head's killing me. We're in a fine state now. How am I meant to file for losses with a factory not blown up, Then, maybe you could say a thief stole all the equipment? Only imbeciles like you would believe that. An entire factory's facilities made off overnight. That could only be the work of a traitor. Anyone who would jump to suspecting me. And they'd be sure to come searching this way, with a theft on that grand scale. I do love how coincidental everything was. Like, if Hayes hadn't just randomly appeared in this random person's house, and this random person didn't just happen to be the literal councillor of the city, everything would have gone off without a hitch, most likely. Are they talking about the place the two Syracusans blew up? No, they're talking about the factory that they didn't blow up because they couldn't in the end. Basically, most of Fallout Metal Alchemist story. Honestly, yeah. Yeah, actually, yeah. God, I need to rewatch Full Metal Alchemist. Once the Duke's people find everything right here, it'll all be over. Just hold on. You've never even once told me why blowing up your own factory would solve things. Is that too hard for you? When the city council asks me where all the money they gave me went... Oh, I remember that was mentioned ages ago. I'd just say I bought the facilities, but then the infected blew them up. After that, we make up the cash, and so be it be it if the factory's kaput, because it wasn't mine anyhow. So long as I've got all these costly industrial equipment, everything is fine. But now it's not. It's all a wash. What do we do about this then? What else? Get to work quick. Get all these things moved out of the city. We can't leave any evidence behind. Couldn't we just move it back? Or pretend nothing happened? Think for a second. The entire infected community has their eyes on us after this business. In what world do you think... Oh, in what world do you just move it back? Guards Captain. Councillor Bishmer. Oh, you're awake now. Our kind infected citizen. You've given me no end of trouble. Why? Don't act stupid. Now confess, who told you everything you told me earlier? Who are all these accomplices of yours? So you were there... Listen up, I'm asking you. Who told you about those two Syracusans? And who's this reliable witness in the reports of yours? Tell me their name. Speak. Boy, you are in the wrong business. She glares furiously at him. You think you can give me looks? Ugh. Never mind that. It means nothing whether she talks. There's no time to waste. Get this place sorted. But the problem is the people she has with her. Hardly anyone can testify against us. We'll be fine once the Danton brothers get out of the city and never come back. Well, I suppose technically he's correct. I mean, they're not out of the city, but they're never coming back. What's important right now is how you stop up the cash deficit. There we go. And by the way, don't be violent in front of me. I get sick at the sight of blood. Drag her off elsewhere. You know, for once, I actually wouldn't mind the vampire. You know, the Vampire King, rather. Ooh, I need to stop. I need to stop thinking thoughts. I'm getting too into it. Not a problem. November 28th, 1097, 8:32 p.m. It's hard to believe this is the place. It's too late to call for help now. With 24 people here. Forget it. Let's do this. Leroy! Sorry, when he said let's do this, I immediately thought of Leroy Jenkins. The Druid of Gododin sprinkles a scattering of unusual seeds across the bare earth. Her staff lets out a green radiance, and under the effect of her originium arts, the seeds rapidly bud, digging into the ground. Hey you, feline, what are you doing? Oh, you've got fine eyesight. What's some ordinary doing down here? I don't think you would consider her ordinary, but okay. I'm in a hurry, just come at once, everyone. You know, that's a power move there. Just, oh, angry face. Oh, I love that face. But just, that's a power move. Just go, no, everyone attack me all at the same time, not one by one. You're daft. Are you looking for a fight? She literally just asked you. Massive vines, each at least as thick as a hand, shoot out from the ground and knock the ruffians to the floor. From the ground, from the walls, from the supports, green vegetation sprawls wantonly. This kind of reminds me of a woman in Honkai Impact, I've forgotten her name now. The one in one of the 13 I've forgotten their name now, Fire something, whatever they were. Because she did like vines and stuff. The fallen mercenaries are quickly bound tight by plants. We have not even a moment to shout. Are your salaries worth continuing this fight? Or will you make way and let me through? You go on ahead, miss. I never saw anything like that. Or anything today. I never saw anything today, rather. Out! Out! Rule off the clock now. That's more like it. Hersher? No, not the Hershers. Well, technically they were, but, what are they called? The 13 from the previous era. The people that are part of the Elysium realm now. One of them, the woman with the big tits. Sorry, that's the only thing I could think of. But she's also got sort of a, I don't know, nurse or... Not nurse, I think maybe like nun. But Flame Chasers, there we go. One of the Flame Chasers, I think, did Vine stuff. So it was all of you who burned down my shop. Aponia? Oh, maybe. That might be. Let me double check, because it's going to kill me to no end. It's probably a bit rude of me to be talking about another game while playing this, but still. Yes, Aponia. I remember her doing some... Oh, maybe she didn't do vines. Maybe it was more so just that she was always around nature stuff. I can't remember now, anyway. Enough rubbish from you. Keep walking. For crying out loud, don't blame me. If anyone, blame yourself for being so starved for a hobby. You got yourself meddling in all this. But you infected were never bound to live long anyway, so this'll do. You'll be paying for this. For being at death's door, you got some bluster. Sue was one of the for body stuff. Oh yeah, true, I forgot about Sue. Oh yeah, I can't believe I forgot about him. He's very cute. Anyway, sorry, anyway. She shuts her eyes. Why is the ground shaking? Haha. Oh yeah, 9 does the Vine stuff now as well. What's happening? Is there an earthquake? What sound is that? Okay, I'm going to say this now. And it's dumb that I'm going to ask this because he's only just mentioned it, so it implies they do have earthquakes. But wouldn't the suspension on nomadic cities be enough that they wouldn't feel earthquakes? Because if you're going to move across the land, you'll need to be relatively still. Like, so they must have some really good suspension. So would they feel earthquakes? Or would the suspension also allow them to feel relatively stable? I'm going to keep a note of that for when I eventually talk about nomadic cities. Wait, it's coming from above. Maybe a big one still go through? Maybe, yeah. The fierce sound of an explosion arrives from overhead, the structural layer shaking across the entire abandoned sector. The walls crack and the rocking intensifies. Maybe enough to handle a small tremble and city locomotion, not enough for a big one. True. Yeah, I suppose because I know the moving part of moving cities is very slow because it takes weeks to get to a new location. So maybe they move slow enough that the suspension can handle that. So smaller earthquakes would be fine. Bigger earthquakes would still be visible. Earthquakes shake the whole city because the whole earth moves. You would also feel an earthquake in a car. True, but you also feel cars don't have good suspension. Like, they have suspension, but they don't have suspension to the point where if things move around, the car body itself stays still. Very few vehicles do that. But I suppose it does depend, because I guess if it does move, I suppose, because it would be raising the wheels as well. And yeah, no, because the wheels won't raise into... Yeah, that's how it would work. The city would lower itself down onto the wheels, but it wouldn't. But the wheels wouldn't raise into the city in the same way. So yeah, if the wheels move up, the city would move up with it. So yeah, you would feel the up and down motion at least. So yeah, I suppose you would still feel the earthquakes. If there are non-catastrophe earthquakes in Terra, depending on what's beneath the ground, true. But I mean, I feel like there must be, because there are things like you have volcanoes and stuff, and that's caused by tectonic shift. So unless Originium is responsible for tectonic plates in Arknights, maybe it's not tectonic plates, but Originium growing underground grows in such a way that it creates tectonic plates and tectonic shifts. Maybe then it's Originium based. If not, there has to be some non-Originium earthquakes or other stuff like that. But then again, it is a Pangea, so depending on how old Terra is, it would have broken up by now, unless Terra is very young. And if Terra was made, then it would be very young. Anyway, that's a different thing entirely, though. That's a different video entirely. Immediately after, the explosion gives way to the rumble of the tunnel's collapse, together with the tremors. The unbroken sound of the structure bursting draw closer and closer. What the hell was that? Ah! Engulfed in the explosion's roar, the top layer of the subterranean structure collapses, dropping several tons of steel frame directly upon the head of the guards captain. The rumbling persists as concrete and steel supports rupture and subside, the whole structural layer thrown into chaos. Huh? What? I need to run. Run! It's going to sink! Oh right, the Looney Tunes happen. Right, yes, it's happening at the same time. Hey! They did it! What on Terra? The goods, the facilities, they've all been crushed! Ha ha! Save your skin first, sir. Get out of here. What's the cause of this? Is there a catastrophe? Two catastrophically idiotic Syracusans. Close enough. I love how Granny indirectly gets the bad guy. And all she did was spear a wall, and then the people blew themselves up. Police wish they had it that easy. There's no end to the rotten luck today, I see. Blasted damned. Just leave it for now. Come on, sir, let's move. Infected. She escaped. Which of you was it who bound her? Oh, she's back. We can't let her flee. After her, all of you. You've got some priorities, my guy. 0 kills, multiple assists. Well, that's basically me in any first-person shooter. You can really run, you little... You really can run, you little bastard. Did they use bastard because they're not allowed to say something like bitch? Because you don't normally use that word. I mean, you can, but... Normally when you say bastard to a woman, it's more literal, but... If it wasn't for you, we wouldn't be in this mess. Raise his weapon? Oh, please. Haha. A keen blade pierces out from the shadows, a simple yet powerful cutting blow. The ruffian falls to the floor in response. There's more? Hello, Red. Yep, there he is. Get running, Miss Susie. Mr. Red? What are you... Don't mind for now. Move, fast. AK said a bitch a lot, though. True. But did they start saying it later, maybe? All right. I love red. What are you standing there for? After them. Wait, he's still alive? I thought he got collapsed on. Still? We don't even know where the Count's gone. Or is that a different person? That says guard member as opposed to guard captain. I don't know. Then don't go. I'll be happy to take your pay. Tremon. This is pretty late into the game. Well, yeah, but it's still like before chapter 10 is basically what I mean. I can't remember at what point they started using more swears. Another person. Okay. Because I know there was a point pretty much throughout most of the Ursus arc where you just didn't say swears a lot. It would end up being language profanity, which was always funny. W says bitch a lot. Oh yeah, that's true, you're right. It's a dead end now. Before Susie's eyes, the firm alloy platform hangs fractured from the explosion. A broken bridge, at least a 4-meter jump, is seemingly the only way out. The Mafia's already said son of a bitch in this event. Today? Oh, I must have completely forgot about that. Oh yeah, of course, that was the reason why I immediately assumed that they were full-on Syracusan, Boston accent type people, because of the way they said it, yeah. Behind them, the voices of the ruffians and mercenaries cursing draw ever closer. At some point they just stopped censoring on global. Okay, interesting. Now what? These people love their work too much, following us in these conditions. It's still censored on CN. Okay, interesting. I guess that makes sense. I suppose because Yostar is outside of China, isn't it? So they can probably get away with it because their version would never be released in China, I'm guessing. So I guess that's how they get away with it, maybe? Though I wonder how it would work with Enfield, because Enfield's more directly... both global and Chinese are more directly related, aren't they, compared to Arknights, which is quite detached from the CN one. Like, as in Hypergriff have a more hands-on approach, they have their own version. Yostar is HK or Shanghai, if I remember. Oh, okay, so it's still China. Strange. Although, to be fair, though, there is something about Shanghai that makes it separate from the rest of China, because Hoyoverse did the same thing. They moved to Shanghai in order to get out of some of the rules that China started doing in terms of how you do character appearances. So maybe there's some sort of amnesty, maybe you can do more global or like more out of side of China related stuff if you go to Shanghai or maybe Hong Kong. You've really got a knack for inviting trouble, Miss Susie. Mr. Red, what are you doing here? And do you usually carry that blade? I'll explain later, when we get a chance. Right now, I need to find a way to get you out of here. We barely see any of this guy because like he wears a mask and everything, but I really like the guy. I'm simping for a man who you can only see the eyes. Anyway, there's no shortage of people in the infected community worrying about you. I suppose also just because he sounds like such a gentleman as well. But right now, sorry about this, Miss Susie. Have you fought Reds during the last CC? Yes, I did. A lot of fans do, true, yeah. But yeah, I do imagine him as being quite a very soft-spoken, very gentlemanly, like, the way he talks anyway. The infected worker lifts her head and tosses her over. Oh, Where did I see head? The infected worker lifts her up, okay, that makes more sense, and tosses her over, like slinging a crate of goods. Yeet the cat. The young feline draws a clean arc through the air and lands on the platform the other side. His fucking shot put. It's like the image of the WikiHow like art of the woman yeeting a baby. Or maybe like the meme from Lion King where they lift up and yeet Simba. Ow, ow, ow. Mr. Red, keep running upwards, quick. What about you? Hurry. The collapsing framework fully blocks off the entrance of the tunnel as the figure of the infected worker vanishes into its shadows without a trace. I was about to say I hope nothing bad happens to him, and then I remembered he's literally in chapter 12. Mr. Red, I can't stop here. I need to get out. Ah, I love Red so much. Did the earthquake stop? What even happened outside? Mr. Red, is he still okay? There's no way on. It's blocked. How far away is the surface still? How did you get past? What do you mean, my giddy aunt? Finally. Oh, my giddy aunt. Oh, my back. Good grief. Oh, my giddy aunt is a saying. I completely forgot about that. It's you. Brilliant. You made it out of there somehow, you infected wretch. You're not going to live this. Bastard. Bloody scum of the earth. Useless good for nothing. It's all your fault. It's all your blasted infected vermin. My money. Get out of my damned way. A slap from the greedy politician hits Susie square in the face, all his anger taken out at once on the feline girl. However, the infected in front of him shows no sign of cowering in response to this savage act. I will say this. Despite the fact that I hate every single time that she's been hit, she is a tank. She's shown barely any sign of it affecting her every single time. Like, at this rate, you'd think she was a tank. You'd think she was a defender operator or something. She stares down the noble before her. The stifled depression and pain she had experienced for days on end are now nowhere to be seen. That's the reason? You people burned down my shop for something like this? You'd go this far, hurt so many infected, for something like this? All just for money? She slowly stands back up, no longer the timid feline from before. In this moment, only enmity and anger remain in her gaze. Every last thing that happened these past few days, all because of some greedy politician before her. Why should she not pay the... Why should he not pay the price? All of this was so far overboard, just for money. What are you doing? Don't come near. Keep away from me, you monster! Get out! I can't forgive you. She shivers, electric sparks jumping out of her whole body. You... Someone, save me! No! No! If anything, I hope she does it slowly. It better be as long as the scene in Return of a Jedi. You know, the amount of time Palpatine takes to electrocute Luke. I hope it lasts at least that long, if not twice as long. You, infernal. The young feline clasps fast around the counselor's neck, violent sparks crackling. Help me! Now you're frightened. Now you're scared. Spare me! I beg of you! Don't kill me! Please. Whatever you want, I'll give you... No. Spare me. Just spare me. What gives you the right to destroy my life? What gives you the right? You. The young feline lets her unrestrained anger loose. Councillor Bishmer twitches and spasms under her Eugenium arts, frothing at the mouth and gasping what could be his last gasps. Also, I want to say, I don't know if this is how it's happening, but if you have an electrical current going around your neck or your chest, it does literally constrict the air. So he could be getting electrocuted, or he could be literally suffocating to death. I don't know which one I like more. That's going to get me demonetized. Behind her, massive vines suddenly surge out past fragments of concrete, their roots bracing the steel frames. The city's lights shine down through an opening, illuminating a silhouette. Susie! Susie, stop it! The druid Gododin hurries to embrace the infected before her. The fierce sparks burn her skin, but she still holds on. Calm down, Susie. It's me. It's over now. Quirkus. It's all right, Susie. Everything's over. People like that aren't worth what you're doing. Let's go home. Let off without their turn too. Yeah, I'd like to chime in. Can I pay some money? Quirkus. It's all right. It's all right now. I'm here. Add a store item. Beat up the guy that blew up Susie's business. Just immediately, the store would be bought out. It's all right. It's all right now. I'm here. Home. The green sparks. Gone. Go home where? Don't fret. Do you remember what I always say? Life always finds a place where it belongs. Let's go, little Susie. It's time to go home. Quirkus, I... In the narrow interstice between soil and stone, lattices of steel and constructs of forsaken material, a young feline lets out a deep, low wail. A weight fallen from her back. I vaguely remember this artwork. November 30th, 1097, 7:45 AM. This is the first time we've now gone beyond the latest time. November 30th, I think, is the latest now that we have. Professor, I'm here. Ah, good morning, Miss Mountblin. Ah, no, you're Operator Skyfire now, I presume. Good enough spirits to crack a joke, I see. Here, turn that frown upside down. I'm quite alright. You're in the hospital. I wouldn't call that alright. Speaking of which, how did everything shake out in the end? Man sounds so chill. The City Council passed your proposal, even if you only gained a single supporter. Yes! Okay, at least that sort of went out okay. That's worth celebrating, Miss Mountblin. Is it really, Professor? There's still old nobility against the infected community, and they've all ganged up in private. The clashing's only going to worsen from now on. Expose? Let's expose what happened today. The entire thing would fall apart. Now they're just waiting for Duke Gododin to come back. They've signed a joint letter asking the Duke to abolish your title and strip you of noble status. It's very stacked against you. I'm already a good 153 years old, Miss Mountbelin. I'm sorry, you're what now? Is that normal for the people of Terra? I'm looking to retire next year, retreat to my little castle, and take up a bit of my studies. Depends on race. He's a turtle. Oh, is he? Oh yeah, that's right. He was, they mentioned before. Oh, now I'm wondering. The, that, Oracle, or whoever it was that, was in the Walk in the Dust thing. What race was he? Was he turtle as well? Or was he a different thing? It might have been a different thing. I might just be putting two and two where there isn't. Odysseus lived hundreds of years till his dementia got dementia. Yeah. Reptile. Oh, okay. So not the same then. Odysseus, yeah. Title, status, authority. Do you think any of that still concerns me? If things proceed without much hiccup, you'll be back at Rhode Island too, won't you? Send Dame Calcit my regards. I will. I'm just worried for you somewhat, Professor. I like that Dame Calcit is called Dame Calcit by so many people. Does she actually have that title? If so, what country gave her that title? Where is she Dame Calcit? Where did she get that title from? Or does Rhode Island just have the authority to give those sorts of titles? By Ursus. Oh, so it was given to her by Ursus. That's... Was that mentioned? Was it mentioned in... thingy? She may have been Dame in all countries, it's true. She's been around long enough. Because she helped build Chernobog. Right, yes, you're right. God, I forgot about that. So that was mentioned in... It was mentioned in Walk of the Dust then. Now. What's to worry for? Look at my rickety old body. I tell you, some things people go and say are all but pompous and, well, completely meaningless excuses. People are already too accustomed to lying with pretentious jargon. Though the lies pile up, and as lofty as it was meant to be, the principles get washed out in the process. Miss Mountbelin, do you know why I pushed for that proposal for Caladon so? You mean the reason that all the pretension sticks around? 20 years ago, a scientist named Janet Longfellow published an essay. Interesting name drop, is that someone we know? She set forth this view. If we don't streamline and improve our current Reginium industry and its waste products, then the year-on-year build-up of industrial waste may bring about frightening consequences. Basically the Originium version of the satellites around Earth. At the time, Victoria's academic circles all turned their noses up at that, and the nobles wielded public opinion to unabashedly ridicule this fine scientist. In her anger, she left Victoria altogether. But in the last 10 years, the amount of infected in Victoria has accelerated at a worrying rate. Times have changed, Miss Mountbelin. We have to face the issue that oropathy and the infected bring. Maintaining this status quo will only worsen things. Or nuclear waste? Nuclear waste is sort of overrated. It's actually very easily sorted out. It's certainly not the big green barrels that you see everywhere that the people on Twitter want you to believe it is. I'd say actually this is more like the closing of the Like climate change? Sort of like climate change, yeah. I think it's more like, pretty much towards the end of the 50s, 60s, when they were starting to get rid of the industrialization in the UK. I don't know if any of you watched The Crown, but there was a point where the smog lowered down and basically covered London in a fog. They call it smog because it's not fog, it's smoke. And, well, thousands of people died from it. And it was at that point that they decided to clear up. They closed factories in the cities, only having factories outside of cities now. That's the reason why you don't have factories inside the city anymore. Beyond that, they cleaned things up. People forgot that the Tower of London was called the White Tower because it was black with smoke. When they washed it up, it was the first time some people ever saw its true colour. Like, this is what it reminds me of more so, when they started to realise that, hey, these things producing all this stuff is actually really bad, we should stop it. Depends on the amount of rage and source. Oh yeah, they still need something to stop it. You can't, like, neutralise it. Or there are ways of doing it, but it's very difficult, so you don't do it. But it's not really something that just sort of... Yeah. It's just one of those things, it's just there. It's not really that bad. "153 years, Miss Mountberlin. It's not common to see people live as long as I do, even among Savra. But a long life's a good thing. It gives you a chance to see firsthand the folds and changes of history, to learn from your mistakes. In my century and a half, I witnessed toppling of Gaul's majestic palace, the fall of Iberia's golden city." I wonder what city that's referring to. "In the plains of Columbia, I saw for myself the destruction the Grand Duke's army wrought on the frontier territories. I saw the Columbians in their sharp, steep ascent over the wastes. If Victoria can't change, then in the end, it'll only be another Gaul. I mean, that's basically what happened in the real world. The old empires went out and, unfortunately, America came in. It's just as I've told you, Miss Mountberlin. Times have changed. I suppose in a way, the way that Arknights is currently going is very much mirroring the real world after World War II. Just without the Cold War stuff. It's that sort of transition period. The very beginning, I'd say. So probably pre-World War II, actually. But that transition phase where empires were starting to go out and more modern ideas started coming in. You're back. I thought the guards would have been slower than that. Oh no. If it isn't our honorary citizen, star of all the front pages. Your picture was very decent in the paper. Who knew you'd be so photogenic, Susie? Was it very heavy, that meter-wide certificate saying you've the lay of the land? Did you get tired lifting it for the cameras? Come on, stop being sarcastic with her. Ursus need no Cold War, they just want war. Yeah, they're basically just if the Russian Empire never fell, I suppose. The city's hero, though. That is pretty impressive, isn't it? What about that awful councillor in the end? Taken into custody. Are the guards still acting as normal after such a big blunder? It's not that easy, obviously. But we'll have someone from the mounted police taking over the guard soon. Ooh, interesting. Anyone we know? That sounds good, I think. Yeah, Gaul is France. Gaul is France, but in the good timeline. The war to war all wars. Yeah. Shame we've still got no way to make up for little Susie's losses. Bishma's assets all got seized by the city council. Do you want a sweet? I've got plenty of flavours here you haven't tried before. Nothing spicy, please. What a British thing to say. Hey, look, it's part of my history. Will the council really not give you a single penny? Nothing except a certificate? Oh, forget it. They've always been this way. Come here. Poke yourself up a little and... with some... I thought that said surgery for a moment. I was really confused. Poke yourself up with something sugary. Your artifact smile on that photo looked like you could cry. Thanks. I don't even know what to do at this point, really. Think on the bright side. At least those evildoers are brought to justice now. Always look on the bright side of life. Doo-doo, 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 doo-doo. I'll admit, I still feel many problems are waiting to be solved, but this is as far as we're able to intervene. Quercus, are you leaving? I'll be back in Victoria very soon, however. Will you come back to Caladon? More someplace in the wastes than a nomadic city, I think. That's right, Susie. Have you ever thought of bartending somewhere else? Huh? In comes... Hey! I was hoping they would... Ah! I love it. I love it. Ah... Also, I just love how she's just like, You see, the green spark may be gone now, but there's still plenty of infected who need a drink. He's not the Messiah, he's a very naughty boy. Sorry. You could hairdress too. I know a lot of people who do nothing but get into fights. Some of them have never been to nomadic cities before. Some of them never think about themselves. Could I really? Of course you could. There's all sorts of interesting people aboard Rhode Island. You might as well go take a look. And not too many people are specialty hairdressers there in the first place. I love this. I'll give it a try. Everyone's been talking about Rhode Island. What kind of place is it, I wonder? I'd love to be in Rhode Island, honestly. November 28th, 1097. Ooh, gone back a bit. 10:24 PM. Underground logistics passages of Caladon. Ah, here we are. Carry on, then. You were all mighty a moment ago, weren't you? Who the hell are you? My name's Red, remember it. Who gives a toss about your bloody name? Get out of my way or I'm going to get pissed. Going to be pissed, not going to get pissed. The way I said it made it sound like the man is threatening to get himself drunk. Like, don't piss me off or I'll drink. You know, back in my Ursus days, they called me Red Blade. You might want to guess why. Stay cool, boys. We're not easy to bring down either. That's right. He's all alone. It's just an Virginian bloody arts. He's far from alone. Burn me to the ground. Hey, there we are. I still get a little bit sad whenever I see Sasha's Bowman. What? Where did you lot sneak out from? Now there's a nice reaction. You sure don't act like this when you're shoving the infected about. Come on, show me if you're really as mighty as you say. The blade in the infected hands is ignited in a blink, surrounded by blazing embers. The red-hot glow illuminates the rubble. The stone and steel ruins are bathed in the clear hue of fire. And its source, the youngster bearing the searing blade, begins his attack. Yes, I'm on fire, got it by burning desire. Sorry. Given how much trouble Red made for us in CC, I doubt they could do him, yeah. Okay, last one, ring-a-ding-ding. 3 hours, not too bad. December 21st, 1097. 8:44 AM. Ancient ruined tower, bleached wasteland. Ruined buildings stand tall between the steep canyon walls, their purpose now unknown. Those who live in the shadows of these ruins have brought life back to this barren land. Here's your potato. I still don't understand why his face looks like that. It just always makes it look like it's really flat. How's production coming along? Never thought you could grow so many of them in a car. It also looks like scaly to an extent. Like it looks like he'd probably be lizard folk or something. I don't know. I don't quite understand what it is. I mean, I suppose it could be anthropomorphic like some of the others. Maybe a mask, wooden mask. I suppose it could be. But then why have a bandana as well, or whatever they call it, the face mask things? I've never seen farming like this before. What's it called? High something. Oh, hydroponics. Hydroponics. It's only become commonplace among nomadic cities in the last few decades or so. I'm not surprised you didn't know about it. You seem to know a lot about these things. A little bit. I've seen a lot of the farms on Rhode Island. But one car won't feed everyone. No worries, it's only a matter of time. Now we have the help of the Kashmirian scholars. Kashmir scholars, rather. But all that know-how is in the hands of that engineer and his team. Who's the engineer? Oh, wait. The person who hacked Rhode Island, maybe? That was a he, wasn't it? Or maybe not, because they don't actually say it, they say them. We're completely reliant on them. And I still don't trust him. Okay, there we go. Maybe it's the person who hacked then, the Closure's friend or ex-friend. Why not? He's not even an infected. He says he's helping us because his wife and daughter died of oropathy. So it's because of his anger at all the injustice of fate, and his sympathy for the infected. But what if he decides to start a new life and a new family? Would it become inconvenient for him to keep supporting the infected? Would he betray us for that new life? He's not one of us, no matter what he says. You're making assumptions based on hypotheticals. Just because someone isn't an infected doesn't mean they're our enemy. We'll never make allies if we treat every act of kindness with suspicion. Corporation needs to start from trust. Even the word reunion is all about coexistence, isn't it? I will say one thing. I know people don't particularly like Guard for what he does to Rhode Island and all that. The ideals he brings from Rhode Island, I do think will help Reunion in the long run. Because he's lived in an environment where you have infected and non-infected working together, and he knows that it can work. So while he does make dumb decisions and he does help out people at the expense of us, effectively, I still think it's kind of good that he's with Reunion. Not that I don't doubt 9 either, but 9 comes from a more cold place. Not literally, but figuratively. Like, she was a cop, she was harsher. I think she was helpful. I assume that's where Chen got it from, but still. But I do kind of think that Reunion's in good hands with these two. True, but I'd still kill him on the spot after what he did and everything else involved. I mean, that's fair, and if I'm going to be frank with you, I'm fairly certain he already said that was fair. I think he said something like that before, like, you know, he would understand if, you know, people don't ever let him live it down or whatever. Did you already forget Tallulah? That can't be allowed to happen again. Then what we need is a contingency plan. Or a contingency contract, if you will. Planning for a rainy day doesn't mean looking at everyone with suspicion, though. Fine, fine. Has anyone ever told you that you're becoming more and more like Patriot? Oh, jeez, that's a little much, don't you think? Changing the topic. How are the clothes? A little tight, but wearable. The material looks like it could stand up to some heavy use. Not bad. It's cheap and practical, ideal for combat attire. I don't really see any difference, though. Never thought I'd live to see the day. How many years has it been since I last got something new to wear? You can thank the infected workers in Caladon for that. There's something that I don't quite understand, though. Why are we taking down the Reunion symbol? Oh, there is a difference. They're not wearing the bands. Yeah, I completely forgot about the orange armbands. We don't need it anymore. We don't need Reunion? That's not what I meant. We just don't need the symbol anymore. We're linked to a common purpose, not by lines and shapes. We should be helping and supporting the other infected, not differentiating ourselves from them. Also, let's be frank, if anyone sees the Reunion symbol, they're going to be thinking of terrorism, not, you know. They're going to be thinking of the Reunion that the Black Snake made. I'm not going to say Tallulah, right? That's not fair, but, you know. So why is Team 4 still wearing the symbol then? They have a special mission, running diversion. Oh, interesting. So they're the ones that keep popping up throughout Victoria. Ah. I don't understand. They're operating in Eastern Ursus, never mind. Well, I thought they appeared in Victoria too. Or am I thinking of a different thing? I might be thinking of a different thing. Oh, I do remember though, the Ursus one. That's where chapter 10 and 11 was showing it. Or was it chapter 10 and 11. They're operating in Eastern Ursus, wearing the symbol in order to draw attention. That way, Ursus will think that there are only scattered remnants of Reunion roaming in the Eastern Wastelands. Meanwhile, the rest of us can operate unnoticed by them, or any other country for that matter. They'll think that we're just rogues operating independently. They won't connect us to Reunion, or give us a second thought. Oh! I never would have suspected. Mr. Bean, you're here. You were a phantom crossbowman? Were you always a phantom crossbowman? How'd it go? Or did you become a phantom crossbowman later? I suppose you could have... No, you would have come with Red, I guess. Huh? Wow. I must admit, I didn't expect it. I really didn't. There was no hint at all at any point that Bean in particular was... Oh, I suppose, did he mention working with Reds? Or maybe not. I don't know. Everyone knew Red, so there was no reason to suspect anyone, because they all knew him. No problem. Captain Red has delivered the equipment to the warehouse. Good. I was getting worried when you reported a change in the situation. We encountered something unexpected in Caladon, but nothing we couldn't deal with. Oh, Elba was mentioned earlier. Shit, who was Elba? It was someone... Oh, fuck. Elba was mentioned, but I can't remember who they were in relation to who. Fat. Good morning, Mr. Guard. Oh, hello, Miss Elba. The rest of the messengers are here. Oh, that's right. That's right. It was a messenger friend for Quercus. Oh. So maybe it was Reunion that Quercus was mentioning then, because she was saying, you know, what if there are people who are helping the infected? It could be Rhode Island, it could be Reunion, could be both. Could be neither, who knows? What's the situation in Colombia? It's a long story. Life isn't easy for the infected on the frontiers, and the help that we can provide is limited. But the Colombians are giving land to homesteaders, even the infected. I see. The infected in Toronto are willing to provide supplies and housing, for a price that is. There's a brewery owner who's offering to help us for free, though. He's a trustworthy guy, just a little eccentric. The wine man, maybe? The wine guy? Sounds like a good start. Good work, Miss Elba. Ah, Big Bob. What about the guerrillas? Any response from Aurora? Captain Aurora has travelled to the northern plains to find the troops who stayed behind. She probably won't make it here. However, Sarkaz warriors from the guerrillas have already rendezvoused with Nine's team. Reinforcements from Kazimierz arrived yesterday. Fucking hell, this is getting become quite a big operation. Then we're almost at full members. I'll check out the hangar. You guys go find Nine. Oh, I wonder how much Reunion will get involved in Chapter 12 then, because we've seen Red already. Got it. And they do have beef with the Sarkaz mercenaries because they were loaned by Dressis at the end of Arknights. So, yeah. Elba is just a generic NPC here, but she's actually a major character in Team A1. Oh, interesting. I remember Elba being mentioned before. I just recognized the name when Quercus was mentioning it, and then I forgot who mentioned it. But it's still far before Victoria. Well, true, but what I mean is, as in, because they do operate in Victoria and they do seem to be reaching full numbers, I wonder if they eventually make it to the fight. And again, they do have a bone to pick with the Sarkaz, especially because they were... The military commission were the ones who sent those mercenaries who sided with Tallulah. A massive machine sits at the center of the abandoned warehouse, and industrial noise fills the air. Reunion mechanics busy themselves around it, the sounds of metal cutting and welding following them wherever they go. Lightly, lightly, don't break it. We finally gotten the engine out of there. Oh hey, Mr. Guard. How's the situation in Caladon? How long are the infected How long? How are the infected doing? I want to see more of Red. Like, you know, more designs, more outfits. I want him to be playable. I want him to have an E2 skin that would make me want to E2 him. You know what I mean? Could be worse, all things considered. Setting aside Councillor Angst for a moment, we have half the city council in favour of maintaining the infected community. Things won't get any worse as long as the community continues to operate. 2 months ago, a nobleman bribed a security guard to sabotage their power generator. Things could have been really bad if we didn't happen to have an engineering caster stationed there. Okay, so maybe it wasn't Mechanist then. Still, the infected face a lot of difficulties. They need help. I heard you encountered some trouble with transporting the engine. I'd call it a little unpleasant surprise. As you predicted, there are a lot of people who don't look kindly upon the presence of the infected community, but at least we took care of a bunch of problems. Speaking of, there was a fan art where Susie joined Red and in conjunction joined Reunion. Oh, interesting. Susie with Reunion attire would be an interesting alternative design. Where are people at risk? No one got exposed, although there are a few guys who should probably lay low for a while. There are a lot of shipping them in general. Yeah, I have seen that. And it does make sense the way he does seem to always be there for her. I mean, again, he has that sort of gentlemanly sort of presence about him. So it does sort of add that sort of layer to it that you could easily see developing in that way if the writers so chose to do so. And if they don't so chose to do so, then the fans will do it for them. And we can't use the old supply tunnel anymore, after it got revealed by an explosion on the surface. You know when Naomi approve of him. Yeah, that's true. You know it's a rare sight when the parent approves. We'll need to scale down activities in Caladon for a few months. It would seriously compromise the infected community's day-to-day operations if someone discovers our involvement. Agreed. But the incident also allowed us to extract the engine without hiccup. No traces. So, are you really sure this thing can fly? Oh, right. This is how they get to the land ship, I'm guessing. I've ridden on something like it before. Over in Colombia, they use a smaller version. They use smaller versions in the cities. What do they call them? Rotorcraft? Helicopter. I've seen recon rotorcrafts when I was in Ursus Army. You were in the army? Okay. You're quite young, though. About the size of a motorbike, maybe a little bigger. But I've never seen a flying machine this big before. Where did you get this thing? Would you believe me if I said I found this in a trash dump? I'm being serious. Well, it's half true. This is the only surviving prototype from a Colombian military project to develop a hovering vehicle. It was abandoned 7 years ago due to lack of funding. Could you imagine if you just see, like, can you imagine in the real world you just stumble across like some tank prototype just in the dump yard? Like, who the fuck in Colombia is just tossing out prototypes without completely destroying them? Do they not have any idea of operational security? Then again, the Defense Department were so easily duped by a scientist, so I suppose it's not that out of the question that they would do something as stupid as leave designs and prototypes just lying about. After letting it rot in a warehouse for all those years, they finally decided to scrap it. Now the Colombians usually outsource the scrapping of military equipment to third-party contractors. That's also weird, but not gonna go against that. There are just too many projects to handle themselves. But as you can imagine, the contractor didn't exactly follow military SOP. So all they did was take it apart and sell the parts to a scrap recycler. That's dumb. Me slowly eyeing my second-gen Challenger I found. Just post it on War Thunder forums like they all do. And this scrap recycler sold the scrap to us. How did you even hear about the prototype? How do I pronounce that? That's Aho Dijkstra. I don't know, of course. The weird Colombian caster. I feel like I recognize the name. The one who calls himself a cracker. Dijkstra. Oh god. Just knowing the way that that term is used in the real world Columbia. Oh well, you know, America. just makes it funny. Oh, thank you, closest friends. Okay, I thought the name was familiar. That's pretty amazing. So, what do you think, Andre? Is the engine good enough to go? It's got enough muscle, alright. But it's a little big. Could throw off the machine's balance. Are you really sure about putting a Victorian engine in a Columbian Flyer? Well, we did that. The, Americans added in British engines to American fighters during World War II, and vice versa. I think we put some American engines into our fighters as well. I can't remember. I think it was mainly Americans putting in British engines, though, because I think it was the Rolls-Royce that was used quite a bit. Getting in the air shouldn't be a problem, at least. Looking forward to it. It's not like you could fly this with a standard driving license, though. What about pilots? It needs 2 of them, and not many have required skills, even in Columbia. 9 was concerned about that too, but Dijkstra said he had an idea. Either way, we've got more pressing issues right now. We need a whole new control system. And that's not something I can whip up for you. You need to find one. Not just any old thing will do either. It needs to be something on the scale of a mining platform control system. We'll also need to replace the insulation plates for the Iridium engine. I already told 9 about all this, but I don't know if there's been any progress on that front. No worries. A trader will be bringing them over in a few days. Are you talking about that Buckethead? He's got nerve, selling this stuff. How did he even get his hands on classified technology anyway? Oh, you're here? I thought you were a nurses. I thought they already mentioned that she was a nurses. But anyway, he's got his methods. Best not ask too many questions. Who's the Buckethead? Oh, 9. Hey there. Well, you're the boss. Speaking of which, guard, you may need to bring Captain Red over to meet with the trader. Oh! Wait. The trader in IS and that has a bucket head, doesn't he? Or, you know, he has like a bucket head sort of helmet. Not good enough, yeah. And yeah, from the doctor, from Bigelow as well. He wants someone on our side to be on site and have an understanding of the sourcing, in his own words. What a weirdo. But alright. December 24th, 1097, 6:44 PM. So this is the rendezvous point. Are you sure we can trust this guy? Hard to say, but 9 trusts him at least. We've bought a lot of stuff from him, and in return he asks us to do him a number of favours. He's eccentric, to say the least. You'll understand when you see him. I have a hard time trusting shady merchants like this. A man wearing a strange helmet approaches from afar. He is accompanied by several large men wearing shabby armour. Yep, he might as well be carrying a sign that says shady in big red letters. Red flags, get your red flags here! I will say, is he a vampire? The only reason I ask is because the tentacles make me remind me of the, you know, the sanguine arch things. I forgot what they're called. Those little vampire slug things that they run around and make it annoying because they keep adding block, which wouldn't normally be annoying, but then there's artillery, which makes it annoying. It's basically the same composition. It's the same look and same color. That's why I'm curious about it. It's either that or there is just something really weird about him. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, my friends. Okay. Mr. Guard, how good to see you again, and looking so well too. I wasn't expecting you to bring a company, but I'm not seeing any trucks or vehicles. I would say something Iberian. Aren't they normally more bluish, though, the tentacles that you see in the Seaborn stuff? Where are the goods, Mr. Cannot? No rush, my friend, no rush. They're not in my hands right now, but they'll show themselves soon enough. I don't understand. Have patience, friend, patience. They'll be here. Love his greetings, yeah. A few minutes later, a convoy of armed vehicles appear on the horizon, kicking up a cloud of dust over the barren ground. Here they come. Give me binoculars. Take cover, take cover! They're armed with Virginium cannons. That's Volvort Koczynski's mark. I remember that name. I want an explanation, Mr. Cannot. What you seek is right in front of you, my friend. You need... Oh, you see that big one in the middle? That's delivering a whole set of industrial-grade Virginium engines and control systems from Columbia to Rimbilliton. Oh! Bruh. Okay, you don't own the stuff, or you don't acquire the stuff. You're going to make us take it from the mecha enemies. Okay, yeah. Wow, okay. You want us to raid an armed Colombian convoy? That's your plan? You'd need heavy artillery to even put a dent in that armor. No need to get excited, my friend. Did you think I was going to make a customer do it themselves? Just sit back and watch. Why do I feel like Mr. Cannot here will be doing something absolutely horrifying that makes the Sanguine Arch or whatever look absolutely like a kitten? About 15 minutes later, the convoy passes through a canyon. Ballista turrets and Virginium cannons are on full alert, sweeping the surroundings for potential threats. Driven by powerful engines, the heavy armoured vehicles dash towards the rugged landscape. It's the loadout intended to take them safely across the Terran wasteland to their destination. But there are very few guarantees in the waste. A boulder suddenly stands up from the ground, reaching 8 meters high in height, dirt falling off like a waterfall. It is a metal crab camouflaged as a rock. The creature charges at the convoy. The cannons unload into the beast, while the ballistae aim for its joints. However, the efforts prove futile at slowing it down. The metal crab smashes into the side of the large truck at full speed. The armoured vehicle topples over violently, crashing one of its escorts. War cries and the sound of clanging metal echo through the canyon. Oh, I can hear gunfire. Every now and then. Yep, there it is. Hundreds of strangely dressed warriors charge out from the shadows, from behind the rocks or cracks in the canyon walls. They throw explosives made of Virginium crystals at the convoy and fire at stragglers using improvised ballistae. It is a scene of chaos as the convoy's guards try to flee for their lives. The outcome of the battle was never once in doubt. Fucking Christ. They got fucked. It would be nice if our friends over there could be a little more careful. I'll need to check up on the equipment later, make sure there's no damage. See, I would have liked to deliver the goods earlier, but things didn't go quite as planned. The convoy took a detour to avoid a catastrophe, delaying their arrival. Oh. Dear me, it seems we have a misunderstanding here. Mr. Cannot, you never told us you were a member of Rusthammer. Question, chat. Has Rusthammer been mentioned at all before this? In any of the things that I streamed? And also Vigilo, which I didn't stream, but I can't... Ah, yes. Okay, I might not have recognised that one, though. In IS2, monthly. Oh, I wouldn't have seen that one. But I recognise Rusthammer, though. I'm just trying to think of where I heard it then. 2 former reunion members stumbled upon them in the wilderness in one scene somewhere. Okay. Reunion hasn't fallen so far that we need to traffic with bandits. My, what a hurtful accusation. Vigilo 2. Okay, that might be where I recognise it. The only problem with IS2 is I didn't play it to completion. As in, I haven't gotten an ending yet. I've only gotten endings in IS3. And an untimely one, I should add. The Rusthammer warriors behind cannot draw their weapons. Watch your mouth, Rust. Smash it in for you. I'd like to see you try. Hold on, my friends. Calm down. We're not here to fight today, are we? We're here for a reason, and there's no need for us to go at each other's throats like wild animals. Come now, Mr. Gareth. Put away that weapon, will you? Don't we agree that I would handle the negotiations? Gareth? I was about to say, I recognise that name. That voice. Elba? It's you. You're alive. I never thought I'd see you here. I didn't recognise you in that outfit. Gareth Swiftblade. You're alive? Why are you with Rusthammer? Oh, it's you guys. The warriors look at each other in bewilderment, still gripping their weapons, but seemingly unsure what to do with them. Brothers, it's fine, I know them. Put down your weapons, they're okay. It's really you. I thought you had... It's a long story. See, we're all friends here, aren't we? Maybe even relatives, if we go back a few thousand years. How about we find somewhere else to chat? Spider-Man meme, yeah, exactly. Per my agreement with your other leader, I'll deliver this equipment to your base. Mr. Gareth, would you kindly bring a few other men with us to deliver the goods? Will do. Are we seriously considering letting this guy into our base? It wouldn't be his first time, and we just have to trust Nine's judgment. Ugh. I love Red, he's so edgy sometimes. Beautiful, simply beautiful. You really fixed the thing. I told you we could do it. Reunion has surpassed the expectations of more than a few people. You certainly get things done. So, 40 Originium ingots, as agreed. My humble commission is included in the price, of course. That's it? I mean, no, sorry, but I've paid a lot of money in IS for things that really aren't that big, really aren't that significant. And you're only charging 40 for what sounds like pretty big stuff? I've paid 12 Originium ingots for mines. What do you mean? What do you mean only 40 for What kind of deal is she getting? Can I get that discount, please? Thank you for your generosity, Mr. Cannot. What exactly are you planning, Canhead? Just for... Okay, I'm glad I'm not the only one pointing this out. Okay, so that isn't just a discrepancy in lore versus game mechanic. That is actually cheap. Okay. Didn't the Rusthammer artifact drop shop prices? Oh, I remember that. Yeah, there is an artifact that does that. What exactly are you planning, Canhead? Just 14 ingots for all this? Why the mistrust, my friend? Cooperation needs to start from trust. Conversely, considering our long history, it would do well for you to trust me a little more. Think of it as an investment. I see bigger and better things in your future, and even more opportunities for us to work together. Look at that hovercraft and tell me what you see. A hovercraft. I see opportunity. With that, you will be able to traverse the wastes in no less than 200 kilometers an hour, zooming from nomadic city to nomadic city. How many organizations on Terra can claim to that kind of capability? Now, what you do with it is none of my concern, but I would suggest treating it with care. It's not exactly an easy thing to repair. It rhymed. Thank you for your assistance, Mr. Cannot. Of course, my friend. Best of luck in your future endeavors. Rusthammer is different from how I imagined. A lot of people misunderstand them, but they're not concerned with what outsiders, with what civilized people think of them. Can I ask you a question? What is it? Is Ilya? I don't know. I'm assuming that's an I, so Ilya with you? What happened to her? Ilya? Don't worry, she's fine. She's just not feeling too well. Are her oropathy symptoms worsening? No, it's not oropathy. Don't worry. Well, she's pregnant. Well, fuck me, congratulations. That's not what I was expecting. Pregnant? Can you imagine it? I'm going to be a dad. Oh, wow. So, you guys have... I like how that was your conclusion to that. Oh, so you guys have you know. I mean, I know everyone thinks it when people announce that they're pregnant, but you don't say it out loud. Don't worry, our Rusthammer brothers and sisters are taking good care of her. Those who are born into the wastelands are blessed by the storms and Great Earth. That's not what I was worried about. I just didn't think that you would... Wow, that's rude. Elba just said, well, I just didn't think you could pull it off. Wow. Anyway, congratulations. Thanks. I spent a lot of time thinking it over. Whether it would be irresponsible to bring a new life into this world, or only for them to grow up in pain and suffering. But at last, Ilya told me that she wanted to be a mother. And so I decided I would do anything I could to protect and educate my child, whatever awaits them in the future. They'll grow up to be a better person than I am. I really admire you. Time to go, Mr. Gareth. Our work here is done. Am I thinking Mr. Gareth is familiar because I'm thinking of Star Trek Deep Space Nine, where there is a Mr. Gareth? Or is it Mr. Garrick? It might be Mr. Garrick, but still. Or has Mr. Gareth appeared in Arknights before? Like in Ursus before they... No, because this isn't... Yeah, this is. Never mind. I don't know. It's just something about it sounds so familiar. Yeah. Got it. Goodbye, Elba. I thought I'd never see you again. It's been a blessed day. Live long, Elba. You too. There was a little story with Gareth and Ilya. Oh, where? Maybe it's something I saw. Did you want to spend more time with your old friend? You can have it, you know. In Carnella event, if I remember. I don't recognise the name. Did you want to spend... Oh yeah, I read that bit. It's fine. We've said what we needed to. Very well then. Let's go. I do love the landscapes that they draw. Goat lady with a nice sword. Still can't think. Well, look who's waiting for us. Did you have any unfinished business? Impressive, by the way, to completely elude my notice. Do not underestimate catastrophe messengers. Do you remember me, Mr. Cannot? Of course, Miss Elba. I remember everyone I've ever met. That said, you've changed so much over the past year that I could barely recognise you. It's always good to see old friends doing well. You call everyone a friend. Do you really understand how much weight that word carries? If we're truly friends, then I must ask you to answer a question before you leave, and answer truthfully. As you said yourself, cooperation needs to start from trust. So I need an answer that will develop that trust. Certainly, go ahead. Why are you helping us? Don't try to dodge the question, or get around it with sophistry. I want to hear the truth. I don't like it when the music stops. The man wearing a bucket on his head laughs wearily. Preluding light between beyond here and Vigo. Okay. For a moment he gazes right at the reunion member before him, his eyes cloudy under the heavy helmet. It was never my intention to play with words. But not everyone is able to accept the stark, unvarnished truth. Some truths are better left unspoken, my dear Miss Nine. Reunion does not need lies and deception. You have roamed the wastelands, the myriad of realms and terror. What have you seen? Let me tell you what I have seen. On the frontiers of Columbia, I saw both infected and poor, caught between barren spoil and dangerous beasts. Their human dignity is built upon flesh and blood, but beneath their bodies lies gold that made the monster that is Columbia. The people of Victoria cling to history and tradition like their lives depend on it. Their wealth and power serve only those who already have them, the greedy, self-serving noble class. To them, the infected might be tools in their political plots, or weapons against their enemies, but never human beings. The most powerful country in terror, and you could barely call it a civilization. 2 years ago, the Colombians turned a deaf ear to a Sami snow priest who prophesied the end of days is near. The Colombians said the snow priest was mad, but what do they know? They know nothing of Sami's long struggle against the frenzied darkness. Is this referring to IS-4? IS-4 and a small event that takes place in Sami plus the North, with demons and stuff. Yes, okay, interesting. Sooner or later, this land, nay, the entire world, must face the truth of that madness. The dark shadow beneath the northern tundra, the great gloom deep in the ocean, not to mention ancient calamity buried under the earth. That one I don't recognise. I know the under the ocean, I know the tundra. I'm surprised the desert wasn't mentioned, the hotlands. What's under the earth? Despite all this, the people of the land live in secluded islands. Friston? Maybe, yeah, it could be Friston. But they didn't have to deal with it. Or I suppose it was a truth. I suppose it's a truth that they had to deal with. Durin? Oh, I suppose it could be Durin. Despite all this, the people of the land live in secluded islands, waging war against each other with sticks and stones. Time is running out, the world is falling apart, and change must come sooner rather than later. Cannot kind of says the same things that Calcit says, because she has that same sense of urgency in a lot of the events where she takes part in. Especially when she's trying to help Iberia and some of the other stuff. So that's kind of curious. I wonder if they're more tightly linked. Like, maybe it's not just... Maybe it could be. I'm just wondering, because I suppose Calcit's probably not the only one that's wandering the Earth doing this. Maybe there are others. Maybe it's something like the White Lotus from Avatar, where they have like a group and they're just sort of all over the world. Is that why you're helping us? One of the reasons. I support any group that is trying to change things, be it Rusthammer or Reunion, or even those who merely sense the ship beginning to sink and are trying to save themselves. Someone needs to do something. I provided assistance to many individuals and organisations, from Rusthammer to Reunion to the Cyclops of Sami, to the Mystics of Sargon. Unfortunately, no one has been able to come up with a solution. But at the very least, I can point the way. Priestess is out there somewhere. True, I don't actually know what happened to her. For better or for worse, we have to try. Yeah, no, this is sounding exactly like Calcit. Like, this is word for word some of the stuff that she says. Even if all you say is true, Mr. Cannot, I'm still not convinced. Saving the world from danger is beyond Reunion's ability. It's not our job. I understand, but it can be a catalyst. We must start the engine before we discuss which way to go. You're better off looking for the idealists of Rhode Island. Rhode Island alone is not enough, despite the talent they've gathered. Have you heard of what they did in Kazimierz? Of course, I was there. Were you? I don't remember you. If it is, then I'm an idiot. Or just watching from the shadows, maybe. Probably more so that. They made a fine move, but one move will not be enough to bring victory in a great game. No one is more aware of that than themselves. Mistook him for a trash bin. Even the resplendent fire burning in the Radiant Knight's heart is not enough to drive the dark clouds from the land. Of course he was. He was even behind you. He was the shadow thing that sniped to the people that I put in near the shadows. This event chronologically was right after Near Light. Well, I mean, I gathered that from what they're talking about. Of course, it is still gratifying to see people like them in this world of pain and hatred. Even as dark clouds gather, a spark of hope glows bright. Wow, that was a short one. That's what she said. Sorry. Man, that was a ride. I don't even know where to... I feel empty now. I kind of wish I could read more. But there's nothing more. That's it. It ends. Oh well. I suppose I'll... I guess that's it now. And now if you have a moment, look at the furniture set lore. How do I... Oh, that's... No! There we go. I'm guessing store the... So I'm assuming it's in the furniture store. If you have it bought unlocked already, it's in the base. I'm not sure though, that's the problem. Like, I wouldn't know where it would come from. Let me try in the base.
I guess I'll drop in at medical before the mission.
I need to make sure I do that in a moment. I'll grab the stuff.
Products received. Resources received.
Are you
There we
tired?
go. Dorm.
Please, sit down, have some tea, and tell me what's on your mind. Ah, Caladon Light Store. Okay, can I read them? Oh, I can. Oh, I can. Yes. Okay, so these are the things. There's quite a lot of them. A small lamp designed in a candy pattern theme that has been all the rage this year. When Golden Glow helps people cut their hair, this lamp can also play the role of multi-angle auxiliary lighting. A chair painted over with golden paint. It can't swivel around, but at least the cushion is soft. When several people sit down at a table together, this seat is reserved for the guest. But even if you're broke, nobody will give you a hard time. An elegantly decorated round table with a tablecloth spread over it. Some operators have placed several varieties of fragrant tea here. Skyfire used to enjoy sitting at this table while sipping afternoon tea, while workers from the infected community sat nearby swigging booze to numb their worries. A carpet with very vivid colours. The design is said to have been inspired by a coat of a certain foul beast. Workers can also imitate the call of that foul beast. Random. Just imagining... I know it's a foul beast, so not the same, but I just imagine Quirkers just appearing at... You know those American pig calling competitions that they do in the South? Like, just imagine Quirkus, like, with her elegant look, just appear in one of those doing... I don't know, whatever pigs are called in Arknights. Bacon beasts, I don't know. Shopkeeper's suitcase. An open suitcase. The leftover fruit wine bottle is a plastic fake, but the flowers inside are fresh, with someone replacing them every day. The guests eagerly await the return of the lighting shop's master, as every time she returns from the wastes with a suitcase, it contains a special treat. A ladder that can be freely pushed around the room. Standing on it will allow you to easily remove most decorations from the ceiling. Most of the time it's used as a small stage of sorts for customers to perform their tricks. That sounds dangerous. Old pile of donated books. Several old books stacked together. The ones present now were all donated by Rhode Island operators and covered in a variety of topics from originium engineering to how to operate a small tractor. Previously, there weren't any infected who would read in the lighting shop, but the gentleman wearing a mask and scarf was one of them. Mask and scarf? Oh, okay. Arboreal countertop. Old-fashioned but thick high counter, with the day's freshly picked flowers adorning it. Bitter Root from Rhode Island enjoys sitting next to these flowers while flipping through documents. Sylvan storage rack. Storage racks filled with all kinds of green potted plants, as well as watering cans and small bags of fertilizer. After watering the plants, operators need to write down the time on the corresponding form posted next to them. Golden Glow once secretly stashed a box of hairdressing supplies on the bottom shelf, but Quercus never exposed her, even after finding out. I wonder how big the writing department is for Arknights, because with the amount of content they shit out, they must be either a massive, like, group of people, or they are just insane. Like, I mean, I know there are some people who can, like, write out big stories, like loads of stories, like, in quick succession, but a lot of the time it's just mad. Foul Beast of Mid-Forest. A flower lamp designed with a cage and tree branches as its main body, with the light bulb hidden in the caged foul beast's body. Often used as a coat hanger. The sight of Quercus using Virginia marks to produce these dead branches left Golden Glow convinced she was hallucinating. I imagine, like, this thing, though, the furniture sets are probably done by one person. As in, like, each furniture set is one person. So one person would have done the Caladon light store. Maybe the art as well. So the art, the names, which pieces are which, and the lore. I can imagine one person doing that. I know when Arknight was released, they had Chapter 8 and Chapter 9 10 in production. Okay, interesting. Merchandise Crystal Flower Bud. A small crystal chandelier in form of a flower bud. It has managed to avoid being broken so far because it's out of reach of most operators. That's not a big vote of confidence, but then again, I suppose knowing some of the operators in Rhode Island, that's not a surprise. Even though cleaning is a huge hassle, Golden Glow secretly hopes that when she manages to buy the store, this light will also come with it. Oh, a large crystal chandelier in the form of flower buds. Rhode Island's glass replica has been smashed twice already, so the nearest replacement is made of plastic. That's more like it. Cleaning up is a huge hassle, so Quercus and Golden Glow hope to pawn it off as quickly as possible. I love how just... I swear Rhode Island is just like a massive D&D party with just the way they are. Short veil curtains. Decorative veil drapes that can soften interior lighting. Because it was too soft, Golden Glow, who works very late into the night at the lighting shop, sometimes falls asleep. Long veil curtains. Decorative veil drapes that can soften. A drunk customer once ripped the... Oh, I can see it there. Once ripped the drapes from the ceiling of the lighting shop by accident. I love that. It's just a little small thing, like... Why do we need to know that? We don't, but it's the fact that it's there. It just makes the whole place feel alive. Obscured light. An arc-shaped ceiling lamp that matches the drapes. Shut up, Karma. It emits a soft glow, like the morning sun breaking through the forest canopy. Though it is for sale, customers of the lighting shop have never asked it its price. Have you read the Rhode Island Kitchen manga yet? Not yet. I do plan on doing so, though. And I plan on reading some of the other mangas as well. Especially because the last manga reading... Well, not only did I love the story, but it was also pretty popular as well. People clearly wanted to see more, so I will do it eventually. Deep green floor tiles. Oh, good reminder. I got the mangas this week after half a year waiting after ordering. Oh, nice. And the art book. Oh, cool. There's a chapter featuring Golden Glow. Oh, nice. Dark green tiles that are so shiny that you can see a reflection, completely unlike the feeling of a rainforest florist they are trying to evoke. Golden Glow has to sweep these tiles back and forth several times a day, but she doesn't mind her dust and oil-covered friends stepping all over them in the slightest. Wallpaper. Floral illumination wallpaper. The wallpaper that seems straight out of a fairy tale. It is said that this was left by the store's previous manager. In the past, this shop was a mom-and-pop dining establishment, though it didn't seem to have done very well. Overhanging drapes. The decorative drapes that stretch from the ceiling to the floor. Nobody's allowed to play hide-and-seek there, no matter how old they are. A Caladonian worker who claims to be the head of the household often hides here when his wife passes by. I know who they mean. Oh, they mean that bloke. Again, I just love it. Like these little bits of information and how they just link to the people we've seen. It just feels like they're real people. It's such good world building. Yeah. Flickering candlelight. A decorative lamp that imitates candles, contributing a similar atmosphere but without fire hazard. Golden Glow hates fires. Oh, that's sad. I mean, obviously we know why, but... and yeah, I suppose she would have been quite traumatized by it. Summer bounties. A half-dome hanging light depicting cascading layers of leaves from which a warm light filters down. Visually appealing and affordable, this product is a bestseller in the lighting shop, and several can still be found in the warehouse. Ah, there we go, that's all of them. I'm just gonna look at the rest. There's a lot of things. The set description. A reproduction of a certain arboretum and lighting shop based on Quercus's descriptions. Golden Glow was most overjoyed to see it. Aww. Oh, I love that. I love the fact that they did that. I hope they did like the whole thing of, you know, she can't look and then, you know, open your eyes and there it is. Rhode Island Workshop 2. Do you mean the workstation? Or is there another one? God, there's so much stuff here. I'm just I'm just scrolling through until I'm assuming it's workstation. Okay, yeah, so it was workstation. All right, Rhode Island's workstation. Wait, how much was there? 14. Okay, that's not too bad. White round stool. A round workstation. Before Scout, the runner-up of the stool racing competition, had a chance to issue another challenge. Logos would never participate in the competition again. Aww. Oh, I see what you mean now. A simple workbench with some experimental supplies strewn across it messily. Mechanist's workbench also doubles as his bed. Well, that sounds uncomfortable. He once said that sleep and death are one and the same. Bruh. Workstation blackboard. A blackboard for sharing information and inspiration in the workplace. Mechanist, who designed Blaze's weapon, spent many long hours working here, and every sketch and blueprint preserves his wisdom and dedication. I don't like how they said that, preserves his wisdom and dedication. Mechanist is still alive, isn't he? Why say it like that? Robotic arm. A robotic arm installed inside the workstation. Whitesmith used to dance with it. Her steps so fast that even Death could not catch her. In the end, she did finally slow down. Wow, Jesus Christ. Just all those little side comments at the end of each thing. Neatly stacked supply crates that can double as storage cabinets. The boxes containing sensitive documents could only be opened using Ace's and Outcast's keys, but both keys have long been destroyed, leaving no trace. Yep. Yeah. Industrial cutting station. A cutting edge workshop table. When it was used for pyrotechnics, for some reason, Blaze could spend an entire day sitting nearby in a trance, but today nobody's occupying it. Transparent partition. A transparent partition used to isolate dangerous work areas, made for new materials designed by Whitesmith. These doors witnessed the birth of many industries. I like that it says that, not just many designs, many industries, like entire companies came out from this. Dual-beamed crane. A crane used to carry heavy objects, however, Ace and Blaze could manually lift pretty much anything, which saved time and effort. Cleanser. A cleaner with spray nozzle. Scout used to graffiti the walls with this, since water would leave no trace. Weapons storage cabinet. A closet filled with weapons. The weapons are waiting for calibration. Logos is waiting for spare parts, and Whitesmith is waiting for raw materials. All the waiting is meaningless now. Why? What am I missing here? Like, I swear, the way they've written this makes it sound as if the entire engineering... Oh, it's Scout's weapon. Okay. But it's just the fact that it said filled with weapons. So I assumed it was just more, because you've also got Blaze's weapon there as well. So I just wasn't sure. It's just some of the way that they have written these things make it sound as if the entire engineering department is dead. Like I assume that wasn't their intention, but it's just, especially with this bit here, because they didn't specify one weapon, they specified the weapons, and I recognize Blaze's weapon there as well. So it's just the whole thing just, reading it just makes me really... It's like, are these things in the future? Did something really bad happen? Because I know some of these people are still alive. I've seen Mechanist. Check Discord for me. Oh, yep, I will do, don't worry. Floorboards made for the workstation use. Outcast used to always stand guard outside the office with her weapon drawn, saying that even at her age she'd shine just as brightly as when she was younger. Nobody who saw her could deny it. I still miss Outcast. Whitesmith might be dead too, though. Well, I assumed that's what it meant by she slowed down eventually, because, you know, saying she was too fast for death, but then saying that she slowed down, implying that she probably, you know, did. Is that Rim, as in Rim Billiton? No, that's double I. Rim is only one eye. Okay, I don't know. The workstation's wallpaper has a logo imprinted on it. Everyone secretly vowed to dedicate their lives to their work, and some of them made good on that vow. Jeez. Maybe she retired? Yeah, I suppose when they said she would always outrun death, maybe it was more so that she actually reached old age compared to everyone else. Built-in ceiling floodlights. Since Ace left, only Logos' lamp still remains lit at midnight. Since Ace left. Sure, let's put it that way. Okay, I think that's pretty much it now. Let me see the... Oh, yes, I did see it before. With the... Yes, with the chains. I have seen Hayes's. Yeah, I thought back then as well. Like, chains. Interesting. Okay, I think I'm going to leave it here now. It's nearly 12, and I do have work in the morning. Oh, so I'm going to leave this here. But yeah, honestly, I really liked this story. I think it was such a good story. And again, it's just one of those where while not as light-hearted as some of the other stories that I praise, it's just showing normal people just going about the day. Okay, it's got the extra bad stuff, but like still just, you know, seeing the infected people in Caladon, seeing the way they lived their lives, and just, I don't know, it's just, just no sparks, fire, military grade incendiaries at work. No promise on that. I have enough black powder to restart the British Empire, for some reason. But anyway, but yeah, I really did love the story. I think it's just, oof. Normal people look at the Looney Tunes theme. Well, true, but still. But anyway, yeah, like, it's... Yeah, it's honestly a really good story. I really liked it. And someone remind me tomorrow, if no one's clipped it, someone please remind me to clip that thing tomorrow, because I'm definitely going to post that everywhere. But yeah, that's it for today. I'm not sure when I'll next stream. It won't be tomorrow. I've got some recording to do tomorrow. It might be the Friday. It won't be the Saturday this time. I'll be I'm actually going to be collabing with Red, who some of you have seen in the chat. Not Red as in Arknights, although that would be pretty pogging. But yeah, anyway, yeah. So I've got some things going along, but I'm not sure when I'll do. You have any idea how little that narrowed it down? Oh, the bit where I would say the bit where Apollo strikes again, but again that doesn't narrow it down much. Oh, I'll find it. Don't worry. But yeah, those who know. But yeah, until then though, thank you guys so much for hanging around, and I will see you all next time. Bye bye.